look like. The idea is so you can just pick whatever product is that you're messing with. When you go to it, then you can figure out, do you want to do a registration? Do you want to do a warranty? Do you want to submit a claim? All the basic normal functions will be here. But the other thing that we learned is a lot of people get upset because they don't know when we're asking for something like a part back or we're asking for information on a claim. So we're going to have one little box with announcements that will come up and tell you what's going on. If there's recalls going on, like the XRZ, CRZ handle, you want to make sure real pertinent stuff like that comes up. What's the status of some claims you just did? Like here, this one's asking for, telling you it's approved, it's approved. This one's not been finished, it's staged. This is going to realistically be what it looks like. So we're going to try to make it so anything pertinent, anything important that you got to know pops right up in front of you. Now, realistically, I don't think this is going to happen for a couple months because it takes a while to get this kind of stuff going, but it actually is in the works. Back up for a second here. This just shows you how far we've come. I just like to throw a little humor in there. A lot of times people come up with these ingenious ideas for new technology. This is like, I think, the early 60s. That'd be a little mother bear to mow the lawn with that thing. I think it would be kind of hot, actually. Quality of cut. Down in this area, this is an issue that comes up. We have a lot of different grass in this area. This is probably the hardest area to do because you got the shore, you got Florida, you got bluegrass, you got fescue, you got Bahia, you got Bermuda. Other areas of the country don't have that variety that they have down here. So ironically, if I was to do this particular class, let's say up north in Michigan, if I bought this slide up, they're going to look at me and go, what are you talking about? Because they don't have the issues. Now, this seems to be more of an issue along the coastal areas because that's where we get a lot of the different grasses. At trying to make one machine do everything. And it's not as easy as it sounds. In this particular case, what we've been doing for about a year and a half now, and we would like to have it done by this summer, is we started sticking machines out in all different areas of the country. Because let's say we crack the nut here, and we screw up our cut up north, then we didn't really get it. So we actually took 16 machines, they actually stick GPS on them so we can see how fast the guys are mowing. Because the real bottom line is we found a correlation between speed and poor cut. When the guys, these machines will go almost 14 mile an hour now. If you try to go 14 mile an hour, you are going to get a rough cut. And so we don't want to mix up fact with fiction. In other words, somebody says, well, I haven't been going that fast, and you just take the word for it. And reality is they're pegging the levers and they are going fast and you're chasing a ghost. So they got pretty sophisticated. They put the tracking on them so they can see how fast the guys are going. And then they correlate that speed with the conditions. If the guys tell them they're getting poor cut, they're only going 8 mile an hour, they got a legitimate problem. So we got pretty sophisticated at it. We also went through a lot of different renditions of decks. I'm not going to labor this a whole lot. All these decks that you see up here are ones that we did. These are all different. Like if you look at the baffles, they all look different. The distance between the baffle and the front of the deck is different. The opening of the back is different. Tried all kinds of different things, and we're getting it to narrow down, eliminate some of them pretty quick. Other ones we still like them. But if you notice, one thing we have found is, see how close the baffles are to the front of the deck? This is like a 61 right here. Notice how far it is away from the deck here? That's more like a 52. Typically, we don't get cut quality issues on the 52. So we said, well, let's emulate that design into the 61. Now, the drawback is it makes the machine like 3 inches longer. So we're trying different things. It's not totally a done deal yet. This was just a summary of the different types of baffles that we put under them and then what kind of results we got from the cutters. But it's an effort that's well underway. It's a lot of time, a lot of money going into it. So for you folks that are getting this call, that they've put a lot of effort into it sooner or later. They'll even look for things like how well the deck can clear itself out. When grass is wet, obviously it's going to stick. But eventually later on in the day, when the dew is gone and it starts drying out, it should clean itself out. So they're looking at that type of stuff as well.
Do they include the speed control in the owner's manual?
They do tell them that speed does affect their cut, but I think we need to go one step past that. And when we get into the stand-on equipment, you'll see what our idea was with the stand-on. The stand-on actually has a position for cut and a position for transport. We'd like to see that same exact thing carry over to the riders. Because I know the calls I've been out on, they will peg the levers. I mean, you really can't get cuts at 13 mile an hour. You're,
When we try to explain to them that they need to slow down, and they say, well, why they make it go so fast?
we hear that exact thing. Yep, they'll go, then why the heck does it go this fast? You try to tell them, you got an apartment complex, don't you want to go from point A to point B on the pavement to get to the next cutting area? You want to haul butt. No, it should cut whatever speed it can go. We've heard the same exact thing.
So years ago, with the 10 cc pumps, we had 6 miles an hour ground speed maximum. Now you're looking at 16 cc pumps and you're getting 12 miles an hour.
Yeah, you can get close to 14.
And maybe even more, and people don't use the common sense to slow down. Now, if you're on a flat ball field, yes, you can run wide open, full bore, provided you've cut on a regular basis and you're not trying to bush hog with it. That's the problem we're dealing with, is getting the common sense factor back into the lawnmower.
It's a lot of the calls that I do go out on, the guys are typically younger. I mean, when I go out on them, I usually am not dealing with somebody that's 40 plus. I'm usually dealing with them younger. And I guess that's for two things. One is they haven't been doing it as long, and two is their body can take that, boom, 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 you know. I mean, it does. It beats the cardoobie out of you when you're hauling butt. Unless you got a really good suspension seat under you, it's hard to stay in the seat. But a lot of them have been pretty young. I guess it's all training the new guys. How many people here deal with propane? Okay. Well, I won't spend a lot of time, so last class we only had a couple people dealing with it as well. But it is a niche. If you're dealing with municipalities, you got to have a propane unit. I'm going to just go quick because there's not as many people going to get something from it, but there is some real issues with it that we're trying to address. The field complaints that we got with our propane unit is hot restart problems, backfiring through the muffler, and backfiring through the intake. Those are the three real common ones we hear. Now, if you get a hot restart, eventually you get the thing to restart, okay, that was just an inconvenience. If you get a backfiring through the muffler, that's annoying. But if you get a backfire through the intake, what happens to the air filter? It makes little holes in it, and then it's no longer really a good air filter. So that was an issue that we really had to nip in the bud. The fourth, and it's a very different issue, is a hard cold start. Now, there's a whole different ball of wax for that. The first three of them, we could eliminate with electronics. What happens on our hot restart, we use our oil sending unit to activate the solenoid that's on the regulator. If this solenoid doesn't open, no fuel comes through to the regulator, nothing in the regulator, you don't get anything in the engine. Now, I'll take this off and you can just see, send it around, see how it works. The way it works, if you get oil pressure, and somebody turned it upside down, because that goes in like this. And it just opens up that hole that you see there and lets it. When you get oil pressure, it closes the circuit. When it closes the circuit, it lifts up the solenoid and fuel goes in. Well, when oil's hot, it's thinner. It needs to spin the engine even faster to make that oil pressure to take the sending switch and open up the solenoid. So what they had to do, they made it so when you turn the key to the start position, it doesn't use the oil sending switch for the ground to open that solenoid. It gives it a ground immediately, so it opens the solenoid right like that one that they did. The next thing, the backfiring through the muffler and the backfiring through the intake, had to do with when you shut the engine off, it immediately killed the spark. There's a fuel still coming through the system, because the piston's still going up and down just from the centrifugal force of the flywheel and all, it's still going to pull. So what they did, they made it so that the spark stops about 3/4 of a second after you shut off the fuel supply. So anything coming through the cylinder is still going to burn. So they got smart on that respect. That seems to work very well. The last class we had sent out that kit to one of the guys here. It did work. It's doing what it's supposed to. We had some that we sent out that didn't work, and it was all because this is all the prototype stage. When they put together the plugs just weren't right. In other words, it looked like the right male-female connection. It wasn't, so they weren't really making contact. But ones that were correctly put together, they do work. Our hard cold start, that's a total different ball of wax.
How many people in here actually sell the LP units or have sold one? Did we send any of y'all any kits?
Have you got any? Bigger question.
Okay,
yeah. And it doesn't always have that. These complaints don't always show up all the time either. And that's just the thing. One guy has 30 units, so we're going to obviously hear more from him because you got more operators, you got more conditions, that kind of stuff is going to happen. Another fellow that we have, he just seems to have problems with every single unit that goes out. And I don't know why it's in some areas and not in others. But the reality is it does exist, and so we had to address it. The hard cold start, basically we're going to send you a different type of carburetor that actually has like a choke in it now. And normally you're used to seeing a choke as a full butterfly. With a propane, you can't do that because it's the gas coming through. It's actually a gaseous, it's not a liquid that's going through it. So you actually only get a half a butterfly flap, but that does solve that issue. But just in the back of your head, you'll know that they're there. If this comes up, just call Johnny. We'll see what we can do to get you squared away on that one. I'm going to fly through this, like I said, since there's not a whole bunch of people here dealing with propane. I'm going to fly through a lot of this. The question that comes up a lot, what's the runtime on one? 5 to 6 hours, all right, on each tank. There's something inherently different with our system than other people's systems. And one fellow out in Alabama kept getting hung up on this. So I put this slide up here just to disprove what it gets hung up on. And that is when he had an issue, he was thinking it's because we use a liquid system versus a vapor. The only difference between a liquid and a vapor, if you watch these two steps, this is liquid up here, this is vapor. That step is identical. That step is identical. That step's identical. It right here is the only place it changes because the regulator takes the liquid and turns it to a gas, and then it goes into what we call the mixer or the carburetor. These are the two different tanks that already exist. Propane companies make liquid tanks and they make vapor tanks. Now, if you take a universal cylinder, which this is a universal, this is for vapor withdrawal, this is liquid, the pipe's underneath the liquid. If you turn this tank 180, what do you have? Exactly. So my point to him was, if you really think that's your issue, that's a method of troubleshooting. If you think that's your issue, rotate your tank. All the tanks have an index pin so that they're in their right position, but you can just ignore that pin for the sake of troubleshooting, rotate the tank. Also, only if she works, then okay, then you got your point proven. Okay, you had an issue because of that. But that's usually not what's going on. At least in my experience, it's never been what's going on. What are advantages to propane? I just list a bunch of these up here. I won't labor them too much other than this one. We do tout the fact that it's going to be contaminant free because people can't mess with the stuff that's in the cylinder. But I don't want to give the idea that propane is contaminant free because if the supplier gets the contaminant in there, you still have stuff in your system. And we have found a difference, and the propane that comes out of Canada, hate to say it, is better than the stuff that comes from the South. That's our experience. The stuff that comes up from Louisiana and stuff doesn't seem to be as contaminant free. Let's see. This blue hyperlink, that's a website to Ford. Ford put out a truck that's propane. The irony is now that fuel is dropping in price, it's not as lucrative to do this as it was before. Because I mean, you used to have to have fuel be twice the price of propane to make it make a lot of sense. Fuel's dropping pretty quick right now. So now the only people that are really wanting this are the governments, municipalities, because they're all the green thing is thing with them. Now, the other thing I like to do when propane came out, and I'm sure you guys have probably heard this too as well. Why do you want to sit on a machine when you're sitting between two bombs? Because that's what people say. The propane tanks are bombs. So I found this little thing that Mythbusters did, and I'll show you how hard it is to blow up these bombs. We got to put through a little commercial here because they don't let me get past this commercial, so bear with this commercial. If it decides to come on.
Need a match.
What are you doing to get so many matches?
Frank's red hot. I put that on everything.
Wow.
This one comes to the latest Bond movie, Casino Royale. Bond is surrounded by bad guys, seemingly no escape. When he spies a propane tank, whips out his gun and shoots it.
Yeah, he's like 20 feet away. He sees a 100-pound propane tank, shoots it with a 9mm, it explodes, and he survives.
In the movie, our secret agent hero's got himself in a tight corner. Bond spies a propane tank 20 feet away. He whips out his 9mm Walter P99, fires a shot, sparking a giant fireball that lets him get away. It's a classic Bond maneuver. But is it an escape strategy to gamble your life on? Right away, the team unload an empty canister and put safety shields in place. After all, they all want to die another day, and not today.
All right, what's the plan?
First off, we need to see if you can penetrate a gas cylinder before we start putting propane in it.
I think we should start with 9 millimeter. This is what James Bond used in the movie.
Perfect. Let's do it.
It's a plot even Blofeld couldn't crack. From 20 feet, Carrie's firing the Walter P99 handgun. Same gun Bond used, same distance. But different result.
So the first test was with the 9mm. Shot it once, didn't pierce the tank. Shot it a second time, still didn't pierce the tank. And we couldn't get any sort of piercing into this tank.
Look at that hole.
See if it made it all the way through.
Oh, not quite. Check it out. Almost, though.
Yeah.
But almost is not enough. For a big Bond bang, Carrie reckons they need a gun that can slice through the front and the back of the tank.
Nice shot, Bond. Well, thank you.
The rifles ruptured the tank not once, but twice, at the front and through the back. But where does that leave Mr. Bond and his Walter P99?
Well, looks like we can bust the myth right here. I mean, the 9mm that James Bond used doesn't even pierce the tank.
Yeah, but we have two weapons that will puncture those tanks. The shotgun and the 30-06. Why don't we take those and shoot a full tank of propane gas and see what happens, see if it blows up into a ball of fire.
It's a life-threatening scenario, so the tank is staked to the ground, and the team will fire from a safe distance away.
Ready, Moneypenny?
What, ready?
Moneypenny never packed a piece like this.
3, 2, 1.
The high-speed camera shows the armor-piercing bullets slicing through the cylinder, like Bond at a pajama party, but without the resulting bang.
Wow, that's great. But no explosion, no.
But right on the money, Penny.
Tori's pumped, and the tracers are locked and loaded. The first tracer lit up like Christmas Jones, releasing a huge cloud of flammable gas. In comes the second, and the third, but
I can't believe this. No explosion.
Yeah, but I saw the tracer rounds definitely lit up.
So the tracer rounds went in, it punctured the tank. It should have ignited, but it didn't.
this myth's not just double busted, it's triple busted. No bullets triggered the mighty Bond kaboom.
That's it. I am so over bullets. We even tried a tracer round, which is basically a bullet on fire, and we couldn't get any explosion out of a propane tank. So we're moving on to high explosives, something that will guarantee a really James Bond ending to this story. Anybody else feel like an evil genius?
Bye-bye, Domino Buster.
Today, propane tanks. Tomorrow, world domination.
You've seen your last martini, 003. In 3, 2, 1.
Okay, the whole point of that really was just to show you that the tanks are not as volatile as a lot of people perceive them to be. Now, I don't want you to get the idea that that means they cannot ever blow up. That's like saying a car gas tank can never catch on fire. Whenever you have fuel, you have a potential to have fire, but it's not that real precarious environment that a lot of people perceive. Now, the next thing I'd like to point out is propane, by its natural nature, does not have as much energy as gasoline does. All right, so you take the exact same engine, which in Generac's case is a 33 board, turn it into propane, it's now 30. It's literally the same boards, the same engine. It's the fuel that doesn't have the same energy that the other gasoline version had. So you do lose a little bit in that respect. We went into this a little bit earlier about the solenoid and how it worked. One of the other things that we do with this solenoid, if you take a gasoline engine which has a float and you turn it upside down, does it still run? No. Okay, you take a regulator which is running on gas, you turn it upside down, will the engine still run? It certainly will. So what we needed to do is have a way to shut this thing down if it rolled. Now what happens if you lose the oil pressure? It takes away the ground to the regulator, shuts down the fuel supply, and that's how it turns off. Now, the same question came up last class that we had. Why don't we shut down the machines when they go low on oil? We had to shut this one down because rollover factor. The gasoline engine is going to naturally shut itself down. By safety standards, we can't make a ride-on machine shut down when it gets low on oil. Somebody's going across the highway on their machine, we'd rather them score their cylinders and trash their engine, because if they go across the road and they just happen to be low on oil and stops in the middle of the road and get hit, that's not a good scenario. We'd rather them trash their engine, and that's why that safety rule is in effect, that we don't shut one down. Now, you can put a horn on it, you can put a light on it, you can do something like that. But in our case, we only use the sending switch to turn on the hour meter. And the reason we do that, when you've got a unit on the showroom floor, kid comes along, turns on the key, what would normally happen to the hour meter? Yeah, and then try to explain to somebody you got 120 hours on something that looks shiny new. Really, it's not been used. Sure, you've been running around showing people you just haven't cut grass. We eliminated that by making the oil pressure have to run the hour meter. That we already kind of went through how that works. It's a normal position, so we'll get past that. What's the purpose of a regulator? It just converts the high pressure in the tank to a level the engine can use. Next question comes up about frosting. People see the regulator frost up. Propane's 41 degrees below zero. If you have moisture in the air and you have something 41 degrees below zero, what's going to happen to the moisture? It's going to turn to ice. So people worry, they see that thing get all white. It's not an issue when the regulator gets white. It's an issue when the line from the regulator to the engine gets white. That means there's liquid propane in the hose, so don't get thrown by seeing frosting on it. We'll fly through that. This slide here, if you do get a unit in and you need to understand what the regulator does, how it comes apart, there's a filter in here, there's a magnet, what's the high pressure side, what's the low pressure, all that kind of stuff you need to know. If you click on this, which is on your CDs, it will take you to a full explanation of the regulator, how it all works, how to take it down, how to put new diaphragms in. The whole thing is there. So I'm not going to label that point. There's not a whole bunch of us here that will benefit from it. Okay, the projects on the burner. This part is totally new. This is our new stand-on that we came out with, and I just came out with it on the 19th. It'll be over in the shop when we get done here. We're going to have everybody ride it at the end of the day. These are some of the behind-the-scenes things they did. There's a smaller absorbent glass mat battery in here, but those batteries are not as easy to get a hold of as the U1s are. So they made the same compartment take either battery. So if your guy has a battery that dies out on him, he's not in a predicament trying to find that small battery. Let's get around to the other. Earlier I was talking about people that want to cut at a real high speed, and it's not realistic to get a good cut. What we did when we built this one was we made one lever. It shows part, and it shows cut, and it shows transport. Will it cut in transport? Yes, because some cases you're going to have real thin grass. You can go full speed ahead. You're not really looking at a lawn that's nice and lush anyway. They made it so it will cut in transport. But the first question now you're going to ask, if somebody says they had a cut quality, ask them where they're at on the detemp. Because if they're in transport and they're getting a rough cut, they obviously in grass it's thicker and they need to slow it back down. Now, I'll show you how the mechanism works underneath the dash here. See. This is underneath, this is the speed control, and this is your, see there's detents here, there's one here, and one here. Watch, it'll start back, this park position up into the little notch where nothing can happen, then it goes forward farther into cut, then it goes all the way into transport. That's all that thing is doing, is eliminating the throw to the transaxle. Now up here, this handle, you notice they can slide it back and forth. They also can limit the speed by doing that as well. Now one of the comments that came up, and it makes a lot of sense, is if they can invert these bolts and stick them thread up, like weld them in place and put a little wing knob on them, because sometimes you have a small yard, you want to go slower. You got a larger property, you want to go faster. The way it's set right now, you'd have to actually get underneath and loosen them. So if you have multiple operators and you want to change that quick, it's not as conducive to do it. So that comment's already come up. Next thing, the tightest thing I could see on the unit as far as a normal routine maintenance is changing the belt. Later, this is like a real early production. This bolt is now even shorter, but there's a pretty close tolerance between this frame and this pulley. So you got to see how you can actually change out the belt. There's actually two different ways, and I'll show you one of them, and then we'll come back and do the other one. There's actually a square hole on the idler arm that he's putting this ratchet with an extension in, right there. And once he pulls back on it, he can get the pulley to come out from underneath the frame. It'll show it a little better here in a minute when the light hits it. But he can then get the belt over top of it. But when it's tucked up underneath the frame, it's a real tight fit. All right, now when he rotates it around far enough, that bolt came out from underneath the frame, he could do it. And this, you can access it from the platform where your legs go. Now this, obviously, this unit's being built, so you don't even see half of the machine there. But you still can get it, but you need a ratchet with an extension like he's doing here. And that's going to be a common thing that has to be done. Let's see, back up one. The other thing you can do is you could actually just put a piece of rope on the spring if you're all by yourself and you can't quite do the trick where you're rotating it and putting the belt all together at once. One guy thought he'd have trouble doing it. You could do that trick as well. The other thing we did in designing it is we made an engine platform that everything sits on. And you'll see in the next video, the clutch and everything can stay on when you pull this engine, which will make it a lot easier when you go to service it. Because sometimes we know clutches don't want to come off like they're supposed to. See, everything's on there. There's the stop, there's the clutch. Everything's on it, and it's just a plate. And it will drop down on the main frame, and it just holds on by 4 bolts. You can see that pulley right there again. He's messing with it. You can see how close it is to the frame.
I don't believe you've got enough clearance to get that spring with a rope, Eric.
Yeah?
To remove that PTO belt.
We can find out.
Or transmission belt.
We can find out.
Because I think the hook on the spring is going to be too far back and the hole's small. I looked at it yesterday. After we talked about that, I went back and looked at it again. It just looks like it's too tight.
I think this is only like the second or third machine this guy right here is done, so it's not, he's still on a learning curve as well, so it makes it, I think, a little bit easier to get at it if you get one that's going to be stubborn and get stuck on there. All right, now we'll get into the actual machine. We don't have 2 gas tanks on this machine. We only have 1. Well, obviously, it's a rude interruption if you're buzzing along and you run out of gas. So we set this up pretty much like a motorcycle, where all we did is we have an on and a reserve. We have literally the same pickup tube on the end of each one of these fittings. This tube, let's say this one's 6 inches long. It'll stop just an inch or so short of the bottom. This one's also 6 inches long. It goes right to the bottom. So when your on runs out, you just flip to reserve, then it's picking up from this hose here, and you get on, it's about half an hour to get back to where you need some fuel. Put some ISO mounts on the bottom of the platform. The platform itself doesn't have any interlock connected to it. Some of the machines out there do. The reason we did this is if you want to use it like a walk behind, you just kick the plate up. You don't have to be standing on the plate. We also tried to keep things simple because it's always real fun when something new comes out and you got to learn everything all over again. This is the stand-on wiring, and this is the actual ZTs that are out there now that you've seen for the last 15 years. If you click on these on your CD, it takes you to the full-size drawing so you can see it. They're extremely similar. Like you look at our relays, they're all set up the same way. And then when you actually get to the schematic, this is a ZT schematic, and this is a stand-on. They're identical except for there's no handles. These are the handles on a rider. Just actually, if you see some of the units, unless they've changed this, the white wire is actually still there. It just doesn't go anywhere because there's no handles. So it's all works exactly the same. So you don't have to learn the electronic part all over again. And this, likewise, will take you to the full schematic. Like you click on this, it will open up eventually and give you the real schematic. Let me see, it's thinking. It's going around circles here. And there's the full-blown schematic so you can see it real detailed. And it gives you all the little details that you need to know. We gave all the stuff as far as the specs. A lot of people were asking us, like, hey, what are the ground speeds on it? You know, what transaxles are in it, that kind of stuff. All those are in those first 2 attachments. And there's in your parts manual, your ops manual, all the stuff is on this one hyperlink page right here, so you have all that. Going into a totally different subject now. Unless anybody has any questions on that, I'll keep going. just chime in if you got something to say. That's fine.
On that stand-up mower, most of you have had competitor stand-up mowers, possibly something we even sold at one time here. It's a new market, relatively for some areas, but for us, we kind of broke ground with the old Great Danes. You'll see how this machine compared to the old ones were. Bobcat really went a step ahead. I think they fixed everything that was wrong with all the competitors' mowers, made it more or less a serviceable piece for us to work on, and also to use and last the customer for a long time.
How's the idler on those? Because I know on like some of the older Bobcat decks, you just had the stud coming up through the deck, and some of the earlier, some of these newer ones, you had the bolt that went through the deck. The bolts usually tended to break the little joint down there at the bottom of the idler arm.
We didn't use that setup at all.
No.
No, it looks like a ride-on unit, but it's more like a walk-behind in that respect. You'll see it when you get out there. Let me see that. I don't think we even used that. It's a big old wide idler. It's like 5 inches tall now on it, so that as you raise and
Gives
lower
you
the
your
deck,
height to cut. It's a wide idler pulley.
Okay. I was curious because I know some of them, we had to do the complete replacement bracket for the deck.
And we still do that now. Like even on the Fast Cats, we'll get into that on another slide. That whole assembly now, that heavy duty assembly, we'll still use that even today. Once they came up with that heavy duty one, it's been bulletproof. And what he's talking about, we'll get into a little bit later, guys. There were different renditions of idlers that we used on our deck. Way back old, we had bronze bushings. They worked well, but people just didn't lube them. They got sloppy. So we went to some bearings that were stacked up on a post. They didn't really survive as long. Then they went to a heavy duty one. We'll get into that a little bit later. The floating deck, hydro walk behind, I think they did a pretty neat job here with the little handle. With just one handle, you can reach from the operator position to change the deck height. That's tons simpler than when you were moving spacers in the front casters. You were changing axle heights in the back. This you can actually do while it's moving. It works pretty well. It looks a lot like the zero turn as far as some of the features that you see on it. We did borrow a lot of that stuff from the ZT series because they worked, but don't make any mistake, it's still a walk behind. The wheel motors are smaller, just like a walk behind. The idler's up underneath the engine deck, not down on the mower deck. The actual height variations, how you move the deck up and down, that's still similar. The through bolt post on the blade, that's still the same. So it is still a walk behind. They just borrowed some of the stuff from both of them to make the best of both worlds. Now this is something that it haunted the hydro. It didn't really haunt the gear drive because you could compensate on the gear drive. The distance between the hand grip and the lever that you close with your hand was huge. And unless you had some big hands, you had a hard time with it. When they redid the handles on this thing, they went from 4 inches in neutral to 3 inches, and then they went from 6 inches to 4 inches. My normal hand can easily do this now. So I used to see a lot of the smaller guys, their hands weren't even on the grip. They were actually just on that lever, and their thumb was not on the thing. They would just pull up and down like this. They didn't even have their thumb over the grip. We're going to skip that part. Recently, we changed the catchers. We, in the past, always had a catcher that was made by a company called Humboldt. We have now gone to a company called Berkemac out of Canada. This dump from seat looks like a tank. I mean, it's built pretty heavy, and it has nice little suitcase weights on the front now. That's kind of nice because there was always different type of weights on all the other ones. You always had to get this different combination to work out. But along that line, you can't just take these and put them on the older machines. If it's prior to a G-Series, these aren't going to fit because the back of the engine frame is different. Now, this dump from the seat, the one thing we have run into on this one, it has 2 electric actuators that open this thing up. If for some reason one of them is not working, the other one will open it, but only for a while because there's like a nylon gear inside of there. The nylon gear is only going to take it so long and it's going to give up. So if you have one of those that fails, look to see if one of the actuators was not plugged in. And also they are serialized just like a machine. In the past, you always attached the catcher warranties and that kind of stuff to the model of the machine it was mounted to. Now they have their own serial number, so you got to register them just like a piece of equipment.
And these new catchers will not fit the old model mowers.
Now, as time went on, we started realizing that one pulley wasn't going to work with everything. We actually put out a bulletin to tell you what exceptions there are. So when you sell one of these, you probably should have this bulletin out because it's going to keep you from getting in trouble. You can get the other pulley from us. We'll allow you to claim just the pulley because we're not going to pay you labor and stuff because you got to put this thing on anyway. But it tells you if you have a certain model number within a certain serial range, okay, you have to get a certain pulley. It tells you what you need and it shows you what the different pulleys are. This pulley here is a 61. That never comes into play. It's always these three. I just show you all four of them so you know what they look like. What happens when you go to line it up, put it together, you notice that the belt's not matching up. It's not the right height. Because from blade to blade spindle, you notice these are in different places. That belt won't line up. So when that happens, I would look at your list even before you quote somebody to see if you got to go ahead and get the pulley in. Now, for people that are more, I don't know what you want to call it, want more information, let me see where it's at. Hold on. Put an Excel spreadsheet in here on this. There it is. The Excel spreadsheet was more detailed. Where in the heck? That's just the PDF. I think one of my links is messed up. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's not what it's supposed to be. On your CD, this is my copy here. On your CD, this should take you to an Excel spreadsheet that's much more comprehensive. This was just like a summary for all what you needed. But anyway, I'll get out of that. Next thing it is, you guys deal with a lot of different manufacturers. It's really fun at best trying to figure out what accessories fit, what machines, what little nuances you need to know. On my own, let me see, get this thing to open. Here it is. This is something I made up on my own. In other words, you can't call up and say, because it was on this thing, you know, Schiller owes me X number of dollars because your spreadsheet was wrong. This is just my personal spreadsheet. All you have to do is you find whatever model you want, and you go across the top and you find whatever the attachment is. It'll take you right to whatever the accessory is. If there's any notes you need to know, any little weird kinks to it, it's going to tell you all that. So this is just a little cheat sheet that will really come in handy. I mean, even the folks up at Johnson Creek, Barb uses it, Jennifer uses it, Frank uses it. A lot of us use it because it's hard to keep track of all this. And if you're doing more than just Bobcat, it's really fun keeping track of all of it. By the way, if you did come across something that's wrong with it, let me know. I'll just fix it. And then that next time, accurate. I will jump into Ryan. Ryan, fortunately, is one of these products that's not had a lot of issues. It just doesn't. We have Getaway Overseater. It's been one that's a couple calls have come in on. We got reports of the drive belts being too long. This one I went around and around with the guy for a while on the phone. The bottom line was the engine slides back and forth. That makes a difference in how you adjust the belt. He just didn't realize it because he couldn't see those slots underneath. He couldn't see them because of the spacers. Well, sometimes the little simple things are what get you. But when you move the engine, you also have to move the side support, which is underneath this cover right here. If you just move the engine, you don't move the side support, you crankshaft off because you're trying to make the crank run with torque on it, on the side-loaded torque that's too much. It wasn't really the belts were wrong. It was just they needed to move the engine. This one comes up more so than any of them. Exact same machine. They're saying the reels are not cutting. We're not talking about these back here. These are just little wheels that float along top of the ground that direct the seed that comes down these tubes to match up with the cutter wheel that's underneath it here. Now what happened, it was just too simple. These little hooks you see right here, there's a swivel right there. And this piece slides up and down through that swivel. That makes this reel assembly float. That particular piece acts like a Chinese handcuff. When it tried to slide up and down that rail, it was grabbing it enough that I could put all my body weight on the handle and it wouldn't let loose of it. So the simple solution to that was I just drilled one out with a countersink to see if it would work. And once I did that, it worked. So the factory came along later and just chamfered all those. There's still some of these out there though. So the guys are saying that make sure that whole wheel assembly can float. The easy way to tell is tell them to push down on the handle. The front wheel should come up off the ground. And make sure they also do it in the cut position, because sometimes you can have it up in transport and do it and it will work. I don't know, I guess it just changes the angle on it. But when you drop it into transport, it won't quite do it. I mean, not transport, drop it in the cut, I'm sorry.
Back on the Mataway, that it's an overseeder. It's not a verticutter. It's designed to cut only an 1/8 inch below the surface of the ground to mark the ground when you lay your seed in. Don't try to cut 3/8 to 1/2 inch deep with it, because you're going to burn belts off. You're not going to get a good result from it. Your customer's going to be disappointed and bring it back to you.
The other thing, leave the wheels a little bit soft. Don't overinflate them. And the reason is because you're not going very deep. But the reality is grass is not flat. I mean, ground is not flat. And I found when I'm using them, I could actually compensate. When I would hear the wheels not hitting, I could actually compensate on the handle. So if you leave them soft, you can make up for it like that. The biggest current thing, the Easy Steer Lawn Air 4 and 5s that we came out with, these came out and they were nothing the first year. We didn't hear any complaints at all. In other words, we get a lot of them out there because we sell them to Home Depots and stuff, so there's a lot of them out there. But then the rental markets, we started getting complaints that tines would spin both directions. An Easy Steer, the way it works, there is a clutch bearing in one side of the hub and just a bushing on the other side. When you have this thing correctly installed, it spins one way and not the other. When this bearing goes out or it destroys the shaft it's on, it spins both directions. Now, what I'll show you here is when you run into this, this is one, and you can actually see from probably even out there, there's a nice little indent there, there's a nice indent here, and there's one out here. If you get one of these where it does spin both directions, all you're going to do is order this assembly, the exact same part number you see in the book. Even if you have an old book, it's going to supersede to the new one. What we did on the new one is we got on the one end, and now there's a clutch bearing in both sides of it. These take a pretty good amount of torque, but obviously under some situations they're really crushing hard on this shaft, and they're actually distorting the shaft as well. If you just went ahead and got a new one of these with an old shaft, only one bearing is riding on a good area. The other one's going to be right back where the other one destroyed it. So when you get one, take it apart, look to see if the shaft is loaded up, and we're not going to give you any grief about changing out the shaft. And if you see wear patterns all the way down the shaft for the other guys, replace all the holders. Now, you can, if you look at the breakdown, you'll see the bearing alone. You'll see that you can get the bearing. We've had a couple guys replace the bearings, but we're definitely not going to expect you to do that because it's not as easy as it sounds. Here's what the original assembly looks like. There's a bearing sitting right in here, and you can barely catch the lip. We had a couple guys successful getting them out. We're not going to make you do that. The new one, it's actually realistic to get the bearings out because that little shelf, like see how this is a step right here? That step doesn't exist in the other one. You can get the bearings out of the new one easier than you could the old one. So bottom line is just order whatever holder's not working. If the shaft is boogered, order the shaft. If you think they've cut into the shaft, all of them have cut into the shaft, order all the holders in the shaft.
What few did replace the bearings end up damaged the bearings too when they put them in? And
you got to get them in the right way. Since they go one way, it's always a mother bear if you push one in the wrong way because then it turns the wrong way. So, I mean, we really don't expect you to do the bearings. Here's the parts breakdown. This is hyperlinked on your CD if you want to do parts breakdown, but you'll also find the parts breakdown on the online lookup as well. I just do this in for kicks. Current thing, this is probably the hottest one right now. CRZ and XRZs. This is the piece that holds the lever to go forward and reverse with. When I send this around, you can see there's actually a little indent. It looks like a D right here. The original part like this, that is open. And the reason that was there was actually a nut stuck in here, a little captured nut, and a bolt came in here from here. Well, that ended up being the weak point. And what we found is we've had a couple of these break while the people are operating them, but a lot of them break when the people go to get on the mower and they use the handle as a stabilizers to get up on the mower. It's just a habit. They want something to grab onto when they get up and it snaps off. If it snaps off that way, not a big deal. If it snaps off when you're going near a retaining wall, it's going to be a bigger deal. So if any of those come in the shop and they don't have that solid lever like that on it, I don't care if you sell it or not, you can go ahead and do warranty on it.
When the stop sale came out in May, we stopped selling. We started updating. We got kits in. So probably anything you got from us after, I would say, 1st of June was updated because we did 200 in here in-house. But still look at what you've got in inventory. Make sure they don't need to be updated. We did send out kits based on your serial numbers that you bought prior to what we updated.
If you do one, we just want to know that part got scrapped. And it's our legal department wants to make sure they don't get the old parts back out in circulation. We don't care if you bust it. We don't care if you recycle it. We don't care if you threw it in the trash can. We just want to know it's been some way, shape, or form destroyed. I don't care how. Yeah, and which is fine. If they don't get out into public, we're fine. I don't sell them to the scrap guy. That's totally fine with us.
Like y'all said, most of the new units haven't had them.
All done.
Most of the new units, I don't have to switch them out.
Right. And we've all done the same thing. And Johnny's done the same thing. We've done the same thing. Once we came up with that they had to be switched out, everybody that had them in their possession, we worked them. This is something that doesn't come up a lot, but as long as you know it's out there. There's a brake rod kit, not to be confused with the early transactions. There's a brake rod kit when you replace the transaxle. This is not the same thing. That was because the throw was different from the park brake. You needed a different lever and all. This is just because some people don't like seeing the belt smack up against that little square trunnion right there, and it'll chafe the back side of the belt. So we basically made a kit with just a L shape on the end of the rod, so it's a smooth thing for them to hit. It doesn't chafe up the belt. This one doesn't come up a lot, but as long as you know it's there, you'll look for it. We get this pulley with the spacer from a vendor. They just didn't push the spacer all the way in the pulley. Well, if they don't push it all the way in the pulley, this pulley sits down lower than it should. It tries to ride up on the edge of here, it just chews up the belt. If you see that, you can do one of two things. Just order a new pulley or press it back in. This is more something you will deal with on a pretty regular basis. First, I'll start with the bottom. The bottom, these are the control rods that go from the lever to the pump arm. These black ones, if you see these, the odds are they're going to be worn. They just didn't have the longevity that we wanted to see out of the control rods. The ones like this kind of look like the early versions. We went back to these. They way outperform the other ones that we had. So if you see these, there could be a real good high tendency that the guy says I have a hard time controlling my unit. Well, sure, if there's a lot of slop in this, I'm not going to give you any grief about swapping those out. The dampeners, everybody's probably used to seeing this little ball end. This is the one we had for quite a while. All right, that one's not in the picture. That one's fine. But these two up here, the dampening action was actually okay. The silver one was a little better than this one as far as the feel that it gave the operator. But we also found the same thing here. The longevity of these two is not as good as we'd like. It's not that they act up or they don't work right. When they crap out on you, they'll crap out earlier than we'd like them to. So this new one is what we put in place of it. And we went one step further on the next slide. We have an optional softer dampener now, and it's going to go into effect. I think it's actually today, if I'm not mistaken. It's just a softer action on it. So if you see these black ends on these, that's a dead giveaway. These are probably bad. The black ends on the dampeners, same deal. If they're shot, go ahead and replace them, and you're going to end up with the newer style. Yep, and I was right. Okay, it is actually. Yep. This is the part number for the newer softer response dampener. So if somebody doesn't like the way the dampening action feels, you can order those. Now, what we did on the assembly line, we used to always put the dampener in this hole. We're going to move it all the way forward. Most of our customers are commercial cutters. This is where they prefer it to be. If you get a novice homeowner, you might want to back it out. The farther away you go from the fulcrum, the more power this dampener has over the operator's arms. The closer you go to the fulcrum, the more power the operator has over. He can move it easier. This one, this is not as easy to get to as people, as I thought originally. But a lot of people don't know this is here. I see a lot of these come through with vice grip marks on them because they don't know there's a Torx head on the other side. But at the same time, you have to get to this through a hole in the frame to get to that. So just so if you know it's there, you might be able to get it off a little bit easier. But once these are said and done and gone, you're going to be back to the older style ball ends that look like these. And you can actually just pop these off with your fingernail and change them out. We'll jump into the next thing is walk-behinds. Let me see. How many people here? Do we have any walk-behinds? Only a couple. This is the only thing this is doing. We had some walk-behinds, and this is just a kit. Basically, we took the power that was going through an operator presence switch that was running the clutch and put it through a relay. The whole reason we did that, a relay can handle much more load than a little operator presence switch. So if you get one where the clutch isn't working, don't just change out the switch. If you change out just the operator presence switch, we're going to just kick it back and tell it to call the unit back in, put this kit on it, and then once we did this, we had no problem with it at all. this little idea started way back actually with Johnny. As time went on, there was more and more machines. We had ZT100s, which have 4 lugs. They had studs sticking out of them, if I remember right. Then all of our other 4 lugs now, they don't all have studs. Like these actually have bolts in the 5 lugs. Then you had the Fast Cat with the big boss in the middle that you had to get over. Johnny was messing with one of these himself, and I think you actually made one, didn't you?
Made 4 of them.
And the fact is, if you go to Hydro Gear, you end up with 3 different pullers just to do all of our machines, and each puller's averaging 120 bucks. So we actually, between Johnny's idea and me talking to one of the engineers, we just made a puller that does everything that we make. This will work on walk behinds. This will work on the ZT100s that they don't even make anymore. It'll work on Fast Cats. Because I've actually gotten wheel motors back with the drum and all still attached because people can't get it off.
I would highly recommend buying one of those pullers. It will save you a ton of time in the shop.
Yeah.
And you don't damage wheel motors or hubs when you use it.
It took me like 2 years to get them to make that, so I felt victory on that one. It's like, finally. Jump to the next subject here. Fast Cats were throwing belts. Now this is the newer ones, not the older ones, and the reason this was happening, we started making the decks so they had a greater range of cut. So they would go up and down farther than they used to. Well, if you drop a deck farther, the belt angle gets more severe. Well, in this market, they do cut 1.5 to 2 inches. Up north, they don't. If I present this stuff up north, they have no clue what I'm talking about because they don't have this issue. Down here, we do. So the newer machines, since they would go up and down deck-wise, they would go up and down farther than the old machines. They could get that greater angle, they would chuck the belt. The way they compensated for it, they just brought the pulleys back up. So even when the deck's all the way down, that pulley's not as far down as it used to be. So there are different kits depending on what the machine is. So don't just think it's one kit does everything, and it doesn't. So you got to make sure which model you got here. And that seemed to solve that problem very well. But it's not to be confused with braking belts. That's a different thing, and we'll get into that in a minute.
Yeah, but now, please remember, that kit only fits the H models up. It's not intended for the G's, F, and E's on back.
Because the deck is not going as far down on the older machine.
If you're having a problem with one of the old mowers throwing belts, chances are your chains that level the deck and set the height to cut have probably slipped down, so you'll need to set your height to cut, raise the decks up to get it to match the blade height.
I'm not exactly sure how, but I've seen those bolts get completely bent down a little bit that hold the chains in place. And I've had a couple problems with that, just trying to get them out because where they're bent, trying to get them back out.
Shipping can bend them. I mean, we've had them, like, I went out to one guy in Alabama, and he had them on the floor, and he was they were belts. And just like Johnny said, the chains have been yanked down. You can see the smear marks. You know how those whiz nuts have like serrations in them? It just stripped the paint away from that arm where it slid down. So sometimes look that the chains have been yanked down, and shipping can do that. Yeah, I always tell people, come over the front of the machine, because they always go, well, how do I get past the side? They want to come over the side. Just walk over the front. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, let's say you put one of these kits on. We kind of stumbled on this accidentally. It depends on whether it's a Fast Cat or it's a CRT. There's a guide that's strapped to the bolt on the top and it mounts to the bottom. It depends on what the unit is as to what side this goes on, because it changes the orientation of where that guide is, and it can still start catching the back of the belt and start spraying it. So if you get one that's spraying afterwards, just remember there is a thing as far as what side that guide goes on to keep it from doing that. Now, that being said about the kits, there is another use that Johnny and I have found for this kit. And this makes a lot more sense than getting a whole new deck. Sometimes you get them where they'll rip the post right out of the deck. The newer decks are set up with this heavy-duty idler with the whole platform and the bolts and all, it bolts right on. We have had no problem with that heavy-duty setup. It does work, and it works well. So if you get one, you can give the guy the prerogative. You can say, I can get you another deck, or we can just beat this thing up like they are nowadays. Because if you get another deck, it's going to be just like he had before. So my thought was, let's put this thing on here. So we'll get you the kit, and we'll cover putting the kit on here under warranty, as opposed to, if he wants to do a deck, like I said, we're not going to cry and whine, because some people, they just, oh, I want everything back like it was originally, you know. Not necessarily better, they just want it like it was originally.
The only thing you have to do is when you put that plate on the deck Eric's talking about, you have to get your spacing right on the pulleys, because you don't change the outside pulleys. You just change the center pivot and line your idler pulley up.
And along that same note, if you do try to put one of these kits on an older machine, this sucker's going to bang into that crossbar. Now, is it always going to bang into it? No, we have found that you can get the chains, drop them low enough, and you may clear it. But you know, when you go to push the pedal to stick the sucker up in transport, you can go past it. You can go all the way past where it's supposed to latch. They will hit that pulley on that frame. That's why it's really not designed for the older units, rather. Now, this is probably the biggest one that you will do. You'll see this more than any other thing. The G series, when we went from double belt to single belt, there was a reason for it. It wasn't just, okay, let's have one belt, because the reality was that single belt costs more than all 3 belts on the other machine together. So this wasn't a cost-saving thing. The reason it was done was up north and in some markets, they want to cut 5 inches tall. We don't cut 5 inches around here, but some areas do. So when they went to a single belt, before you had your belt on the top of the driving index and the belt underneath the driving like a plate, so you had a stack up that was pretty tall. When we got rid of one of those belts, we increased the ability to come up higher on the deck. But when we did that, we ran into some issues where they weren't surviving very long. The belts were just not surviving. So we first came out, we said, let's just change the tension spring on the idler. And what had happened, it was just an honest human error. Engineer, we talk to all of our suppliers when we work on things. We have to get approval. Like when we do applications, Gates is involved. We do applications, Kawasaki and Kohler, they're involved. So they gave us approval for a certain amount of tension on the spring, and the engineer thought, well, if this amount of tension's good, more tension's even better. That's not true. He just over-tightened it. So first thing we did, change out the spring. We went to a lower tension spring. And so if you see any without the yellow stripe, they're the older, stronger spring. Now, that's one giveaway that hasn't been updated. The other giveaway is you won't have this spring anchor on the machine. We got the picture of that I'll bring up later, and I'll show you. This is not on that picture. So if you see any of the units come in without this, it's not been updated. What they did, when they changed the idler and they changed the spring anchor, now when this assembly moves, it doesn't automatically tension the belt tighter as it kicks in. Kick a clutch on, you watch the tension idler, it swings. But when it swings, it just by the geometry is making the belt tighter. When they change this, now it keeps the tension consistent through the range of the movement. So there's that, there's a different spring, and then there's this thing. There's this little guy right here, and some of the machines have this on it and some of them don't. What this is if you have a manual car, do you sidestep the clutch when you stick it in gear? Or do you let the clutch out gradual? Exactly. And what the reason for that is, you're putting everything under a serious stress. Can you sidestep the clutch? Sure, but you're going to stick a lot of power to it and you can burn wheels. What this does is it senses the engine RPM and it engages the clutch according to the engine speed. Now, if the machine already has one of these, still get rid of this part and put the new one on. And the reason is the newer one has a longer engagement period than the previous one, and the newer one recognizes fuel-injected engines, and the other one didn't. Now, if you ever suspect this guy as being bad, it's real simple. It's disconnected from the system, and you notice one male, one female T-shape. So did the original harness and the original clutch, just like this. Just take this out of the picture. Stick the clutch back together. If it works, then this guy's bad. If it doesn't work,
can't stress enough, too, on the spring with the yellow stripe. We changed a bunch of springs before the kit came out, so just don't assume when you see the yellow stripe on the spring that it's got the new kit on it. As Eric said, look at the idler post, make sure the spring anchor has an eye bolt instead of hooked to the pivot on the deck.
The other thing, the picture up here is showing is the belt, even though it looks to be the same, is not the same. This is literally the exact same dot as copy and paste stuff over here. These cords in the original belt are smaller than these see how high these ones are up in the belt? These ones are down low. You know, so belt bends. This belt is significant. Now, when you do the update, originally we said we wanted the belts back when we did the warranty. In the beginning, we did. We wanted to see what our failures were, what the nature of them was. We haven't called back a belt in I don't know how long now. If you want to give the customer the other belt as a freebie, knock your socks off. But I would make sure they know it's not as strong as what you stuck on there. And the reason I would make sure they know, you just updated their machine. Let's say they had 4 other failures before. Let's say they had 4 other failures. Now you tell them, I've got the silver bullet. I'm going to solve the problem. We're going to update this machine. It's not going to happen again. Then they go along for, let's say, a season, and their belt's fine. Eventually, they snap the belt. They go to stick this other belt on. It snaps again in about 3 months. He's going to be, I still got the same problem I had. If he realizes he just stuck back on an inferior belt compared to what he had, he's not going to make that association. So let him know, okay, this is your spare. You get in a predicament. You can throw this thing on. It's not as strong as what I've already given you. Then come back and get another new belt. And everybody take a break at this point. Even if you order the old belt, you're going to get the new belt because we don't handle the old belt anymore. So at this point, guys, go ahead and take a bathroom break, but also your brain doesn't get numb because your butt's getting numb. Hell, that happens. That soft start module? Yes, you can.
I had a problem with one that was, when you engage the clutch, the heater would just almost cut out.
I'll bring that up when class starts back. That had to be a water cooled, was it not?
No, this was a regular air cooler.
Oh, okay. Because the water cooled will do that. And then it actually turned out to be a real good saving grace with the water cooled.
I didn't know if the engine was under power because it's a 61-inch deck.
There's, if it's a normal gas engine, there may have been something going on with that one because normally that doesn't happen on a normal one.
But I've seen that a couple times. I don't know if it might be a bad spindle.
With these belts, I have heard a possibility with the old 8-cord belts of the cords being busted while they're being put on.
That's absolutely true. Matter of fact, I hope I remind you, I remember this when we start back up. What happens is we roll the belts on, I did it for years. And it fractures the cords, and they'll last about 40 to 70 hours.
Is that the same thing with the 6-cord, the newer belt?
It still holds because that tension is pretty darn high. It's not the little small spring the size of your thumb.
I just want to make sure, because I don't know how many I've changed over, but you know, it's like, I try to usually always do it by the line, but like you said, with the old, you know, the way it is, the direction of moving it, it's just not always possible to have both hands do it.
And I did it for years. I mean, it's a retraining yourself. Matter of fact, I think there's a slide that brings that up. Good point.
Bleeding or bleeding? Got earphones on, it must be. Right? How you, I'm Bill Parsley. Randy Walker. Nice to have you here. Nice to be here.
That new employee is actually my wife. It's in Debbie's cubicle. You probably go by and go, did we hire a new employee? That's my wife sitting in the cubicle there working.
Hear her talk, hear that accent, like, she's out.
So you brought her up to.
Yeah. Hey, what the heck? She can work, as long as she has internet, she can work from anywhere. So I said, well, you want to go along? She said, sure.
So you gonna behave this time.
I'm usually pretty good. I'm too old to not be good anymore. Right.
Like I tell them, Mother Nature takes care of a lot of things. Whether you want to or not.
I thought she has permission to kill me when that happens. Ride me off a pier.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, all that stuff for, oh, I just gotta go do this and do that. Don't mean that much no more.
No.
Well, we'll pass out the sign-up sheet and come back before we start.
All right. Everybody should be here by now.
I think everybody's coming, I think, for it. You know the only place that I found out this morning?
Well, they pull in. Yep. I went to pull in too, same thing.
Yeah, I came up all the way up, right in the bottom, went turn in, get that yellow line in the road.
It startled Shelley because I could tell it was sliding. She didn't know until it hooked up. What was that? What was that?
Now, they said 52 bridge, over 52, down towards the bottom. They said they closed 52.
Choosing Road and Beale Road, all those bridges.
That's the only reason I know that they didn't close the bottom. Okay. So these are all 52 down the road. The NC usually keep it down here for a week. And it don't make sense unless it looks like it does.
That's why we've never been real nuts about the customers doing a lot of anything. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you might have to, but not nuts about it. Looking like doo-doo. Oh, you do not care? You want to buy another one real quick? Is that what you want to do? Let's go get started back up. Sometimes you're missing too. They'll catch up.
We'll pass around a sign sheet, if you would, print your name and dealership for us for attendance purposes.
One of the questions that came up when we went to break was about the soft start clutch module. Can you use it for any other purpose? And you absolutely can. One of the reasons we used it was the Kawasaki liquid cooled doesn't have the torque of any other engine I've ever seen as far as when you engage the clutch. A lot of engines you can get away with half throttle, third throttle even, and it'll go, and then it'll come back up. You do that 26 on anything less than full throttle, it's on its nose. So if you have a 26 liquid cooled, you could definitely stick that soft start clutch module on there, and it will definitely help, because it's going to definitely understand, okay, the engine's slowing down, because it has a pickup lead on it. It's a gray wire on it, and since I'm on the subject, there's a gray wire, but it has an eyelet on the end of it. It throws everybody because they see an eyelet. When you see an eyelet, you think a screw goes through the eyelet, right? Well, this same exact module harness is used on a diesel application. Diesels don't have a spark plug wire, so where does this guy go? It goes to the alternator. It's picking up the signal from the alternator, the stator. So the only reason that's there is for that purpose. So this wraps around the spark plug. It tells it that the engine's slowing down. It's going to not engage the clutch quite so abruptly. So if you have one like that, in the case of the question was brought up, I guess it was a gasoline engine that must have not been running right, because he said it was faltering when he would engage the clutch. So if you have one like that, that will help that.
We can offer that as an accessory if we got a guy that don't like turning his clutch on at full throttle.
Yeah, I could do it. You can give it to him that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Warner's the one that came up with that. That's not something we came up with on our own. So Warner came up with that. So that's hooking up to their clutch. Because people go, well, isn't that going to make the clutch burn out because you're not just slamming it in? I don't know about you, but my clutch doesn't burn out when I engage it how it's supposed to be on my truck. The clutches are intended to have some friction there before they stick, you know. It's not going to make the life long, sort of. Yeah, a lot easier on all the belt drivetrain components.
The clutch has to slip. If it don't, it's going to rip it out.
Yeah, if you actually literally instantly engage, you'd probably snap every belt there is, but it's abrupt engagement without that. Now we'll get into batteries here. The reality is battery technology is different. This throws a lot of people because everybody's always thought a battery is a battery is a battery. Now, why even in the world did we go to these batteries? That's the first question. Well, all of us in here pretty much are from service. I would bet if I say how many people here would rather see the mowers come with no battery and you put your own battery in, probably most hands will go up. Because most of you here are dealing with Interstate or Excite or DECA or somebody. You deal with somebody on a regular basis. So we make a machine. It sits at the factory for 3 months. We send it to Carswell. It sits at Carswell for 9 months. We sell it to you, and it sits at your place for 3 months. Is that a fresh battery anymore? No. Now, does that battery wait until it's sold before it decides to start deteriorating? No. From the day that thing is made and put together, those little plates are going dissolve, dissolve, dissolve. They're dissolving from the day it's made, okay? So we were in a no-win situation. We had sung this song to marketing and to sales that we would like to see them go without any battery. We lost that one bad. We went down in flames. Now, for some reason, we can do this overseas. The people overseas, they're fine with it. People in the States, they're not fine with it. So we lost this battle. So what did we have to do? We had to find a battery that had a superior shelf life. This is where we came up with the AGM battery. AGM means absorbent glass mat. It's like a paste that is between the layers of the plates. It's not a liquid like a wet cell. It has a much superior shelf life than a wet cell. And now everybody goes, it's a gel cell. Okay, that proves there's a little bit of education that has to happen. A gel cell is not the same as an absorbent glass mat. There's wet cells, there's gel cells, and there's absorbent glass mat. They're three different things. Their charging rates are different. Their characteristics are different. Like a gel cell is designed for something like a trolling motor on a boat. You have a long discharge, and then you charge it back up. Wet cells and absorbent glass are meant for a big boof up front, because why? They're just going to start, and then the machine will charge itself back up. The charging rates are different. You can screw up a AGM battery by sticking it on a regular charger, because you're putting a lot more in there than it can take, and you warp the plates. But anyway, I went and just got a little thing on the internet, all the different characteristics of the battery. I'm not even going to start reading them all off. And long story short, there's different charging rates, there's different characteristics. This gave us the longest shelf life. They charge up a lot faster, but the biggest difference when you go to charge one is you got to get the right kind of charger. Now, not everybody has an AGM charger yet, okay? They probably just have normal chargers. If you stick a normal charger on them, the cases bust. They kind of get a little waffly looking because they can't take it, all right? Now, there's two different AGM batteries out there. This was our original. It has a little number melted into the battery. Every single one of them looks like this, and the way you can tell the difference between the originals, see this little piece here? It's not there on this one. This company called Batteries Plus, they also call Batteries and Bulbs, we got into an arrangement with them. They took this battery, took it all apart, see how it was made. They did the same thing and added more plates, so we have more starting current in them. So this is the newest version. But even though it's made by Batteries and Batteries Plus, and you can find Batteries Plus places everywhere, they don't sell this battery. Originally, they started making it for us. Then Aaron's wanted it, and Briggs uses it. So there's only 3 of us now that are using it, all right? So it's not available if you go to Batteries Plus to go get it. And that's why on the stand-up, and that's why even on the Fast Cat, we made it so you can stick the bigger batteries in there. You can buy this battery from Carswell. They stock it just like every other part. Why? Because it's safe to ship. Originally, you couldn't ship batteries UPS because if they were considered hazardous freight. Those, if you split them, nothing leaks out of them. Like that picture I just showed you here, that battery's split right there. There's nothing coming out of it. So they're not considered hazardous freight, but you can buy them just like any other part. But if you get one that's bad, we ask that you do one of 2 things. Either charge them with an AGM charger or trick your other charger to charge it. And the way you do that, if you hook a regular wet cell in parallel with this battery, positive to the positive lead of the charger, negative to the negative lead of the charger, they're in parallel, it sees the wet cell. It will come on, and it will charge both of them. Because a normal charger doesn't come on below 10 volts because that battery is considered dead. An AGM can go below 10 and still be fine. It'll go down to 4 volts and come back to life. I don't know why. I don't make batteries. I just know that's how it happens. So if you trick it into charging and it doesn't come up, and it really is bad, all we ask for is this number that's melted into the top of the battery. When you put the claim in, there's a little notes box. Just put in whatever that number is. And we'll actually be able to give you the labor. We actually cover them for 6 months. We'll give you the parts and the labor and the admin fee if you do a battery warranty. If you have a wet cell, what warranty do you get on a wet cell? Nothing. We had supposedly Exide is supposed to back those. It didn't work like they say it works. What we ended up doing is if you get a brand new unit, you go to set it up, it's got a wet cell, it doesn't work, we'll pay you, we'll give you the battery only. No admin fee, no labor, because we're eating it. And so we're basically just saying, okay, we'll cover the battery. That's not really a good scenario for you as a dealer. You'd like to at least get some compensation for your troubles. So when we went into the relationship with these folks, they were willing to at least do that for us. So they cover us longer. So we're making the best of a bad situation. We'd like to see them go out with no batteries, but we're service. We don't call those shots, but this is what we have to deal with.
Now, as far as like the trick charges, is that the same thing as far as going and boosting?
You could do the same thing with boosting. The guy that I talked to at Batteries Plus, he said there is a good possibility you can screw them up with a booster pack because you're putting a lot of current through it. Like if the discharge state is lower, it's going to pull more. If the discharge is not that far off, it's not going to pull as much. So you said, well, there's a possibility you can screw them up. But now, let me see. Go through all this real quick. There's a little charger that Batteries Plus came up with, and we were kicking around whether or not we really think that we can market this, and that's one of the questions. This thing, we're thinking, okay, what's the reality we can sell this for 20 bucks to the guys? I mean, that's pretty cheap. And it's just a little LED on the front of it. It's one color if it's low. It's another color if it's fine. I think that should be pretty reasonable. And we're trying to see if there's even the demand to do it. Just show of hands here, how many people think they could realistically get this charger to go with the units? Okay. I mean, I think it's a pretty cheap price. And then the other fact is, most homeowners, if you give them something that's supposed to work with the machine, they'll deal with it. If you don't give it to them, they're going to use what? Whatever they have on hand. And who knows what that is. And so this actually will even work on a full-size regular wet cell, because I did it just to see what would happen. I wanted to find out if it would burn it out, and it didn't. Now, I'm sorry? They'll normally come back to life within 2 hours. It's really pretty quick. They come back pretty quick. And the voltage is like 14, almost 15 volts on this, but the amps is really low. It's a real low amperage charger. I found one aftermarket. This was Northern Hydraulics or somebody like this. I found this on. I bought this one because I thought it was kind of neat because it came with a little pigtail and a little male-female connector, so you could just have that hanging out the side and they could just plug it in. This one didn't last very long though, but I just wanted to find out what was out there and what would work. That one would work. Then one of the dealers in Alabama just found this, and he found this at Batteries Plus. This one's supposed to list for 50 bucks. I think he got it for 36. It does every kind of battery out there. It will do the wets, it'll do the gels, and it has a neat little LED light progression here that goes all the way down as the battery state. It shows you what the state is when it starts and what the state is when it's done. I think this is a no-brainer. I think if I would have one of these for under 50 bucks, I would have one of these. Now that was a pretty neat little deal, and that's at Batteries Plus. Let's see. Went through most of that already. Oh, this is the other thing. The failure rate is actually much less than wet cells, so it actually is a real reason to have them. It's just different. About 5 years. They'll last like 5. Now, if you just don't do anything to them, they think that they will come back to life with like 2 years. We've been doing nothing for 2 years. Yeah, because his fuel solenoid would be on the whole time. Did it come back? Yep. And that's the one thing that's different. It's just don't automatically think it's bad battery because there's nothing on it. Because they are. I've tried. I had about 6 of them come back to me because when we first started out, I wanted to understand the thing as well. And 4 of the 6 came back. So, I mean, you can save yourself some grief just by trying to bring them back. If they're really legitimately bad, not a problem. We're going to take care of it. Now, the next thing is we'll go into caster wheels. We did a running change. In days of old, we didn't cover wheels, period. Carlisle made our tires, and everybody had a relationship with Carlisle already. If you had a Carlisle issue, you took care of it with your Carlisle rep. We went to a company out of Georgia called OTR, and we had issues with the no-flats being too soft. They would try to fold under. They would get a flat spot on that just never would come out. Some of them, they'll sit on the showroom floor long enough, they'll get a flat spot, but it comes out in a few minutes. You ride around, they come out. That's normal, that's okay. But some of them, they would actually separate from the rim right here. That's another thing that comes up. When you see them coming away from the rim a little bit, something that helps to understand what a no-flat looks like, if you cut the tire in half, it does not look like a normal tire. It's a donut. It's a complete round rubber donut that they shove over top of this rim. So just if it's coming away from the rim, there's nothing really going to happen. The other thing that helps to know is their failure characteristics. Everybody here knows what a pneumatic tire looks like when it's worn out. There's no tread on it. You start seeing cords. We're used to that. When a no-flat goes bad, you don't see cords. There are no cords in it. You see cracks. You see the thing getting chunks taken out of it. You see it coming apart. What happened is we kind of opened up Pandora's box because we had some legitimate warrantable failures. We had tires that were too soft. You would turn the machine real sharp and then try to go forward, and they would try to fold off the rim. That's not normal. That's not good. So when that happened, we had to make good on it. We had to get the right hardness tires out to people. So we did that. But then we start getting these warranties for machines that are like 2, 3 years old. They got 600, 800, 12, 1500. They got ridiculous hours. If somebody came to you with a pneumatic tire 2 years out, it's got 1,200 hours, are you going to give him a new tire? No, not even close. But this has happened because we had the issues with the other ones. All right, now we had to figure out, okay, let's make this really clear and discernible. We changed the tires, and they got these little ribs on them now. This is once they got their stuff together and they knew what they did wrong, they changed that way that tire looks. We haven't seen any failures with these little ribs. if you see him with these little ribs on him, you can pretty much go home safe and sound and feel confident that if it's a bad looking tire, like it's all cracked up, he just wore it out. It's the end of its life. It's time for him to buy new ones. Now, if you have the other ones that don't have these little ribs and you're concerned that it might be warranty, all that's going to happen is we're going to ask for pictures and we're going to ask for the hours. If it's like 300 hours and it looks like dog meat, it's all cracked up on the side, we're just going to cover it. If we see big chunks taken out of it, we're going to realize they're being a little harder on it than they're supposed to. We're probably just going to say, no, it's just abuse. They just tore it up. Now, along that same line, people like the pneumatic tire. Why do they like the pneumatic tire? It's round. Like this is not a pneumatic, by the way. This is a no flat. But the real wide no flats, when you turn real quick, what does it do to the grass? Makes it a heck of a divot. People don't like that. Some people don't care, but some people don't like it. So what we were going to do originally, until the weather got really stupid, we were going to put these and these other back tires on a machine and let you guys try them. We thought a better idea is, if you have somebody that you don't think is happy with it, they're expressing they don't like that divot in the ground, call Johnny. He's going to send you out a set of these and a set of the rears. And it's going to be, he only has a couple sets, so he's going to just send them out, let you try them out. That way the guy finds out, does it really do what I want it to do? Because why buy something that's not going to do what he wants to do? So if he has a traction issue or he has divots and he doesn't like it, these will actually feel a bit softer because obviously you're not hitting that whole width of the tire on the ground at one time. You're really hitting right here. So this is the best cross between a pneumatic and a no flat. You get your cake and eat it too, so to speak.
I did some testing with the flat caster we had. And when you made your turn, if the ground was wet, you know how it would dig in and make the sharp little cuts. So I tried those, put those on the mower, and there's a world of difference. You get on a wet piece of ground and they will turn. They don't sink down, cut up the yard. The only drawback I found with any solid tire is they just don't have the soft ride of a pneumatic caster. But that's as close as you're going to get to a pneumatic ride.
And you can't take the wide no flats and just start warranting all the brand new ones. It's not one of them deals where we're going to let you put that on because you didn't like it. If the customer wants to buy it, that's fine. We've not had enough demand to tell marketing that's what they want to see on them. Now you guys do have a lot of power. If you decide that is a better alternative than a wide one, and you feed that back to your salespeople, they feed that back to Mike Fairfax, and Mike Fairfax has a lot of clout with us. If he calls and says, majority of my people want to see X, it's not going to be long. You're going to see X on the machine. That's because you guys are the ones that keep us in business. You know what your customers want. So if there is something like that, you have to feed it back to them.
When you're on concrete and you make a turn with the wide, no flat casters, you feel the bump, and you feel like y'all have friction when they make the turn. They drag, or if you try to push one around in the shop when you got the dump valves open, you put those on and they don't have near the resistance when you turn it.
The next thing we had to deal with was, all right, we got away from Carlisle. We have a lot of people that are loyal to Carlisle, and most people stay loyal because something works. It's that simple. We went to OTR. There was enough comments that people did not like the traction of those tires. Then we went looking for a different tire as well. Now, if I understand it right, and Johnny can correct me on this, they are going to go to Carlisle on the rear tires. Am I correct?
That's what I was told.
Okay.
Now, I haven't seen anything
we're
in
both
writing
a little
yet.
fuzzy on this. We're pretty sure we're going to Carlisle's on the rear tires. But then we got these tires, and this is the same scenario. We're going to let people that have traction issues in a certain area, let's say you know there's a particular hill you can't get all the way up. The customer can't climb it like he wants to. Call Johnny and we'll try those out. Now, I gave them to a guy up in New England. I gave them to a guy in Georgia. The guy in Georgia had Carlisle's, he had OTRs, and he had these. He has a particular hill at a church that he cuts. He never could make it past the third way up. So he put these on. He does the hill with no problem. He has a bank that he does. It's like a drainage ravine. He says he sticks. He doesn't tear up the turf. He said, I just stick. So if you have a situation like that and you want to see if you can improve the traction, call him up. He'll loan them out to you, see if that's the answer to what you want to do.
Now, you guys on the eastern part of the state or in Virginia and on the coast, y'all probably wouldn't want that tire for sandy conditions where you don't need a lot of traction. But you take the guys in the foothills, in the mountains, or in our area right here, for example, because we have some of both, that tire, I can see a good benefit for it now. It may be a little more aggressive. You may see some turfing, but I would think there's a good market for where you could always sell it as an alternative tire for your customer.
I don't, but if you pick out the bottom number where it says 24 by 12 by 12s, that I know we're going to get. I don't know if we've got the first number yet, but call Frank and see if he can get the price for you. When it comes to the price on all this stuff, I stink. I mean, people ask me what the I'm sorry? It comes tire and rim. Yes, it's tire and rim assembly. That makes it easy too. If you want to try it out, you're not dismounting one off a rim and sticking it back on a rim. No, it's a whole assembly. It's a the front one, it'll actually soften the ride because you don't have the whole tire actually on the ground. And the biggest thing you're going to notice, it doesn't put those big swirlies in the yard. When you make the quick turn, you don't see that swirl. So it'll soften the ride. But this is the rim comes with it, so if you need that, try it out. The ride, it'll be a little softer, yeah. That's why I said if you want to actually try it. Now the other thing you'll notice, it's a little different. It's like the fork is really wide for those wide no flats. When you stick the other one on, it's not going to look, you're going to have more room in between it. And some people, they go by image, you know, oh, that doesn't look as awesome as the other one looked. I don't know, I'm not a looks person, I want it to perform, so it's different things for different people. I will jump into warranty, the part that bore you all to death here, but we have to do this. Normally I said we didn't warranty tires. We kind of opened up Pandora's box with the OTR issues. And likewise, belts, we opened up Pandora's box because of our design issues on the G series. When this happened, we would start getting claims for a pump belt. Well, our pump setup's been the same since the dawn of time. It's 2 pumps, it's an engine and an idler pulley. It's been that way since we've had the ZTs. We started getting claims for belts. In the past, what would happen is people would look at it and go, no, you must have picked up something. Something went wrong. Either your idler's burned out. We'll find out why your belt went out. Now they're trying to think, well, they used to collect, they're taking all the warranties on the G-Series belt. This got to be a warranty too. And they would send in a warranty and they just get rejected. Belts have never been considered a normal item. They're always a wear item. They have a life expectancy, just like a tire. So that didn't really change. And I had to bring that up just because we have one distributor up north. He goes, where does it say you don't cover tires? Well, this is our warranty statement. And if I click on this, you know, if you click on it on your CD, this will open up into the real thing, and you can see this print and really read it. We don't cover the tires. We don't cover engines. We never covered engines. We never covered tires. Those are things we never did cover. That never didn't change. Now, obviously, if we got issues like the G series where our design caused the belt to fail early, we got to step up and correct that, which we've now done with that kit. But there's not issues with the other belts. So just treat belts like you always treated them, treat tires like you always treated them, and we'll be good. Gates hoses, we went to these on August 25th because a lot of you know we had some of them blowing apart right here at the crimp. That was a result of whoever was making the hose changed the thickness of the outer sheath. When you change that, the crimper was set for a particular diameter. When it crushed, there wasn't as much there to crush onto, and they would separate. So we just figured we'd go with the known that we felt real confident in, because that causes a lot of issues. We actually had a lot of other failures as a result of that, like when you blow a hose and somebody's just really in the dark and they keep trying to drive, what happens? There's no oil there. What happens to the pump? It doesn't last too long. So there were more costs involved than just the hose. If it was just the cost of the hose, big deal. But it really doesn't go over well either when you dump 4 quarts of oil in somebody's lawn. That didn't go over well either. So there were more implications there than just the hose. So we got away from those. I throw this up here because this still does haunt us. Kawasaki's DFI. They went through a lot of different changes, from the fuel supply to the coils to the heads. They did a lot of different stuff. They're on their 3rd rendition of coils. So I put this bulletin in so you could look to see if the coils you're looking at are the good ones or the bad ones, and how they show when the engines are updated, because this still raises its head quite a lot. And the characteristics are the engine just starts acting stupid. I mean, it'll act real erratic. So if you get a DFI that's acting stupid, just check to see if the coils are current. On Kohler's end, the only 2 things that have popped up, they have a fuel-injected engine as well. They put out this little lead kit, and the reason for this lead kit was to give a direct power supply and ground to their ECU, because a lot of times when they run it through the OEM's harness, if they lost anything other than a perfect connection, it screwed with the signal, so they just did that. The other thing they did, their regulator would reset if it didn't have a good connection, so they put out a less sensitive regulator. This little slide here, this is just so you have a complete library, an archive of all the service bulletins that we have. Now, just because of space, I removed all the old ransoms ones, because those years, probably nobody needs them anymore. But we have every bulletin from the 80s on up to today. So if you need a copy of a bulletin, if you just click on that little smile and file cabinet, it'll take you to every one of our bulletins, and it's in a hyperlinked format. So all you can do is you can search by subject. If you wanted to search by belts, if you wanted to search by battery, if you wanted to search by, control arm, you just search by a word and it'll find it for you. Now, for people that have been here before, you've seen this part of my training before, because the simple fact is some of our stuff never changes. Like, you can't change physics, you can't change electricity, you can't change hydraulics, it's always going to be the same. And people are always going to be the same too. Now, I always like to try to figure out, there's some people that are just really, really good at what they do, and some people that are less than stellar at what they do. So why is that so? And I think some people are just more open-minded and more imaginative than others. Others get into a rote way of thinking and they just stay, they don't ever expand. And to prove some of these points, I'm going to show a little video here in a moment. But if you hear hoof prints, what is your natural response? What do you think is what's making that sound of hoof prints? And that's 99% of the people think horse, and you're dead right. But now, if you have an open mind, like say you're doing some troubleshooting on a machine and you're used to seeing, bad gas, and bad gas always stinks like this, and it's got to be bad gas, you got to think there's more than just one problem, okay? So in this scenario, if you have an open mind, you think, okay, zebras can make the same sound, cows can make the same sound, donkeys. Just because, it fits an MO that you're used to doesn't mean it's always the same answer. And the thing I get at here is Johnny and I teach each other all the time. We've known each other for a long time. I mean, just the other day we were talking about a clutch system on one, and he was prompting my brain to start going, there's something else not right here. And that's what we all need to do with each other. So just ask. If you got questions, definitely ask. Now, I'll put this little video on that I do here. And this is just to show human nature and how we think, and that we're not impervious to this. We all are pretty similar.
This is an awareness test. How many passes does the team in white make?
Go!
The answer is 13. But did you see the moonwalking bear?
Now, how many saw the bear?
It's funny, first time I ever put this together, I had the sound off, and I saw the bear. And then I was regrouping myself, and I turned it on. And I'm listening to the sound. I'm listening to his instructions. I didn't see the bear. So your mind can definitely be derailed and pushed in a different direction than you intend. Now, how does this work in our scenarios? This is a real example. We have a unit, and it's breaking belts. And why is it breaking belts? Now, I know that the G-Series machines are having issues with the belts, all right? I could automatically assume that's what our problem is. The customer is automatically assuming that we got a belt issue, and I'll go through this and we'll see what's going on. He's got a 37 horse, 61-inch unit. It's 101 hours on it. At this point, it's broken, I think, 4 belts. So what's he got, like 25 hour average here? That's not very good. Blades are the original blades. The customer has a 27 horse unit, uses the exact same belt part number, exact same belt. It's on its second year, it's never broke a single belt. The time intervals between the belts are shortening. Now, these are black and white facts. These aren't subject to anybody's personal interpretation. Now, here's the perceptions. The customer's not doing anything different with his 27 horse unit that's using the exact same belt than he is doing with this 37 horse unit. And the dealer's saying nothing out of the normal on this 37 horse unit. The assumption is it has to be defective belts. Take the very first sentence here. What is inherently different on a 27 and a 37? If you put a 27 horsepower unit in a really thick grass, what's it going to do? Is this machine going to bog down as quick as that machine? Exactly. So he may think he's not doing anything different because his normal MO is, well, when I hear bog, I back off. He's not going to hear that 37 bog like a 27, so he's not going to back off as soon. So he thinks he's doing the same thing. So people aren't necessarily lying to you, they're just their perceptions are different. And you've got to learn to interpret that kind of stuff. Now, the dealer, he is vested in his customer, correct? He has to be. That's his life and bread and butter. He knows this guy. He's known this guy for a while. So he doesn't really tend to doubt the customer. And if he has a good rapport with him, he probably won't. All right? So how do we get to the right conclusion? This machine ends up coming back to Johnny because this has been going around. This is its fourth time around. So these guys getting a little upset. Where is he cutting? And now, what part of the plant is this low? The nice soft leaf or the big thick root part of it? He's down there, okay? Now, these are the front blowout baffles. They don't look too normal to me. I have never seen them do that on grass, okay? Now, this is his intervals of the belt breaking. 2 months, then 1 month, again another month, and then 2 weeks. Something is changing because this duration's getting shorter, all right? That's the blade. It's the original blade. There's no edge on that puppy, okay? So he's, now here's where we all can be jaded and we can all just, jump to conclusions. It would be real easy for me at this point to say, this is just stupid. This is just his problem. Now, that's not what I'm after. That's not what Johnny's ever after. We're after, let's find out what really is causing the problem and get it solved, okay? So here's what we did. The customer has a unit that used the same belt, okay? So we can use this belt as a benchmark for a good belt, right? I am asking the customer, I want to swap your belt from your 27 unit to your 37, okay? If the belt does not break now, would that not confirm that we in fact had a bad batch of belts? It would, because we know this belt's good. It's been working for 2 years. Now, I switch it and the belt snaps. Doesn't that tell us that the belt's not the problem? And that's what I convinced the guy to do. He was a little ornery at first, but then when I explained to him why I wanted to do this, he switched it and the belt snapped, okay? So this is that part of things where you learn to open-end questions on it, and you just try to get at the real bottom line of what it is. What it basically came down to, this was before we had the belt update kits on, so he had the spring that was way too strong.
This is actually an F model.
Was it an F? Okay, I was thinking it was a G.
And I drove 6 hours down there to check that. After you told him to swap the belts, remember?
Mm-hmm. I do remember swapping them.
Yeah.
So this is a double belt system.
Yeah.
Okay. So bottom line is we finally did get his issue resolved, and it never came back. And that's all we're really after on this stuff. I don't really care, we're not trying to keep score. We just really want to get solved.
Back up just a minute to those belts, can you?
To the
blades right there.
Here?
Yeah. Whenever you guys call in with a problem and I ask you questions, I'm not trying to be difficult, and I don't want you to perceive it that way. But the mechanic I talked to told me they had changed the blades on a regular basis and sharpened them. And he also told me they hadn't hit anything with the deck and they were cutting on 3 inches. And when I drove 6 hours to South Carolina to check this machine, you see what I found. We're not trying to be argumentative, and we don't to be perceived that way. If we ask you a question, we want an honest answer.
And if you don't know, say I don't know, I'll find out.
Yeah,
that's
all we ask.
That's totally fine with us. All right. Assuming an ace is worth 1 point, and if your eyes were looking, you probably saw the answer real quick, okay? Add those cards up and then double it, and what's that going to amount to total-wise? So you got 1, that's 3, that's 6, that's 10, that's 15. What's the answer on this one? Right? Okay. Now, you notice anything else out of place?
I'm not playing poker with you.
A couple of people caught this. Exactly. And here, and his observance is really, his observation was very good. Here you got a 5 that's red heart. This heart has to be the same color as that heart. And the reason I even bring this up, this kind of stuff happens in our environment as well. Okay? If we know what's right, we'll always spot what's wrong. It's too hard to get like a cheat sheet with everything that possibly can go wrong. It's just too hard. Now, so the other thing is, if you talk to people that play cards, they probably would have caught that real often. You're welcome to call us as well. You know, call Johnny first, because Johnny's experience is pretty extensive as well. But if he gets stumped, he knows who to call. We're just basically saying open the door to communications. This claim here, I'm not even going to bring this one up, but there's a real claim here. The guy spent 5 hours trying to diagnose an issue. He has every part under the sun on this claim. Well, what is the odds that every interlock switch is going to go bad and the ignition switch is going to go bad and the relays, it's just like, it's not happening. You're going to win the lottery before all that stuff goes bad at one time. He's shotgunning, he's trying to guess what's going on.
He even changed the wire harness too, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think I remember that.
He did finally change the wire harness, but this is, the bottom line is we had actually inserted one of the brown wires and we switched 2 of the wires. The real problem is his symptom didn't match what was really happening on the machine. This goes back to when Johnny's saying we just ask questions, we just want the real answers. In this one here, he's saying, yeah, the machine starts fine. Well, he failed to say, well, that's because I stuck a screwdriver across the 2 studs on the solenoid. That's why it started. Yeah. So, you know, you got to give us some real answers. But the bottom line is I could have made this real simple for him. If at the point I just thought that the wire harness was wrong or something wasn't matching up, I would just say, okay, I'm going to give you authorization. Go ahead and change out the harness, and we're going to get this taken care of. I had another one with the guy. He's swearing he's an electrical engineer, and there's yellow wires where they don't belong. I get it back, and there's nothing wrong with the harness. So some people just blow smoke, and we don't want that. We just really want to get to the bottom line answer what it is.
Now, you guys may look at 50 lawnmowers a week, but don't assume. Please look at it when we ask you to.
Now this is an opposite scenario here. This guy, this is a distributor, and this is what we want to see happen. This is the over-the-counter parts sales for a clutch, and these straps have busted. And he wants to know why. This guy's great. He gives us real good input. Now, the first thing I noticed, these are the leads coming off a clutch. All right, that's not normal to me. That's the first thing I see. But I've seen this before, so I'm pretty sure what it is. So he sends this to my boss, Kevin. Kevin sends it to me because this is my forte. Kevin is very good at welding. He understands how the factory works. Jeff is really good with understanding how the internals work. He's real good with Ryan. Frank's really good in the R&D section. So each of us have our fortes. So we each lean on each other for other information. But we also communicate with each other. So anyway, when I answer this guy, I tell him I want some more pictures because I need to see a little bit more. I need to see what's going on back here because this doesn't make sense. I need to know what clutch stop he had on because there was a possibility of 2 different clutch stops involved here. But I am pretty sure my problem is when they bolted this on, they didn't use 50 foot-pounds of torque. The whole stack-up wasn't held together as one piece, and it slipped, and that's what happened. So what I tell him is I say, I believe this is what's going on, but let me get Warner, and I'll make sure they agree with what I'm thinking. Jeff has already talked to Warner, because I've copied Jeff on this conversation, and Jeff has a rapport with the guy at Warner. And the guy at Warner has already answered back that you have a failure of the stack-up to hold together. It can either be the bolt yielded, it wasn't torqued right, so he runs down his list of what he says could be it. Bottom line is we got the answer to the guy's problem. When he gets a new clutch, he knows how to put it on right. The problem never happens again, and that's what we're after.
And that wasn't even a Bobcat clutch either.
Yeah, so
that was an aftermarket clutch.
And we'll do this kind of stuff for you too, guys. Like I do get calls for people with other product lines that say, I got this problem, and it's not a green product, but can you help me? And we're okay with that. I mean, because all it's going to do is going to help us all, you know. Along the same line, sometimes we get defeated by stupid little things. Somebody put an air hammer on here. Obviously, was this pulley ever going to come off? Not in your lifetime. It's never coming off. There's simple ways to do things. One of the other classes, the guy has a different way to get these apart, but we'll let you take the big nut off the bottom, drive this whole thing up through the top, and we'll pay you for a pulley. If a pulley doesn't want to come off, and it does happen, the pulleys are worth about 15 to 20 bucks. If your shop labor rate's 80 bucks an hour, and you spend 30 minutes trying to get a pulley off, how much did that $20 pulley just cost us? Twice what it's worth. So if it happens and it's seized, all you got to do is put the pulley was seized, would not come off, and put the pulley on there as well. Now we don't want you rebuilding spindles anymore either. We'd rather you just do that as an assembly. And there's a couple reasons for that. Once labor rates got over 60 bucks an hour, the labor to rebuild this spindle is an hour. The labor to replace it is half an hour. So you see you gain 30 bucks right there. Now, if you're over 60 bucks, that gain is even greater. The other thing is, let's say one of these spindle bearings spun in the housing. That's going to be loose there. The other thing it does, every once in a while, somebody really does hit something, they just don't tell you. That spindle's not quite straight anymore. But if you replace the whole thing, you took care of that. I've actually seen claims with the housing and the shaft and the bearings. I'm like, why? So we want you to do that as an assembly.
Excuse me. For the sake of argument, though, let's say you'd sold your last spindle, you had a machine come in on a Friday evening, customer's down, got to go, and everything is seized. If you put some penetrating oil on top, take your blade off the bottom, your big nut off the bottom, the lock ring out of the bottom, you can soak the top with penetrating oil, take an old spindle bolt, screw it in the top, and hit it with a hammer. Usually you can knock everything right through the bottom. And if you got a couple of bearings on a shelf, put a couple of bearings in it, stick it back together, get him going. Put on the warranty claim the reason why you had to change the bearings, and Bobcat will look at that. They're very reasonable. But
what will happen is the labor will be a half an hour. It's the only drawback.
But I know I've talked to Kevin, and sometimes he's made exceptions.
Okay.
If you didn't have one and you'd already used your last one that week and hadn't gotten to
Yeah, if you don't say anything, what's going to happen is you end up with a half an hour labor to rebuild a spindle. If you tell us, if you give us something what's going on, we are usually very agreeable, very helpful in that part of it. Yeah. Deck do and don'ts. We were talking during the break. We were talking about damaging belts when you roll them on. These new big springs are much stronger, and this actually came around with Gates was telling us Snapper had run into this early on because they actually went to a heavy spring like this before we did. I know myself, I rolled on hundreds of belts. I did not just take the tension off the idler and set them on. I just rolled them on. What happens is you'll crack the cords inside the belt. They'll last 40 to 70 hours and then they'll go. So you do want to take the tension off these new ones. And this also is a good picture to show there is no spring anchor over here. If you see a deck come in like this and that spring anchor is not over here, it's not been updated. So that's your dead giveaway. It may even have the spring with the yellow stripe because we did the springs first. Now if you see one and there's no spring anchor over here and it snapped the belt and you send in a claim for a snap belt, we do look to see is there an update kit put on it. If there's no update kit, we're going to kick it back to you, tell you to call the machine back in and put the update kit on it because we're not going to just keep paying for belts. Some of the things every once in a while come up, people complain like all the dispersals at the front side of the deck, these actual little perforations or what do you call them, serrations in the chute, they actually help with the dispersal. So if you do have somebody saying that, just ask them if their flap's down. The other is if they take this thing out, the grass accumulates all here and turns into little balls and clumps and comes out in chunks if they take that out. The only time this comes out is when you put a mulch kit in. I've had people leave that in with the mulch kit. It does not work. Some people actually even take these out when they're doing bahia because it gives more room for the grass to stand up. That's personal prerogative there. The other thing, this baffle right here has a step in it. You can't see it, but almost right where the blade is, right about there, that baffle is the same height as the side skirt right here. Up here, it's only as high as the blade. The original baffles made a sharp drop. They went from tall to short in a real abrupt drop. If they catch a root or catch their trailer, when they go up, this will bend. Some guys drill another hole here, knock yourself out if you want to do that. The new baffle actually has a gradual 45-degree cut here. If you want to take your die grinder and knock it off, it'll do the same thing. But that actually lets the deck kind of lift up and ride over something. Like if they catch the tailgate on the trailer or the root, it tends to lift the deck up rather than fold that under. And we'll usually pay the first one, but the second one we won't. I like to stop hitting things. Pressure washer, and this is a no-brainer for all of us, but typically if you have 3 spindles go out at one time, the odds of us recalling them are astronomically high. Because if you have 2 wheel bearings go out on the car at the same time, what's the odds of that? Pretty dang small. Well, now you got 3 of them, but they all go out at once. There's usually a common denominator, and it's usually going to be they're blasting them with water. Now, it can happen that they didn't. We're going to call them to see if there's moisture inside the spindles, what we're going to do. If there is, we'll do something like we're going to cover parts, labor, or we may even cover the whole claim. We're just going to say, you got this one, but the next one, if they do this again, it's pretty much on them. Give them another, it's been an hour, so I'll give them a break again. Guys, go ahead and take like a 10-minute break and we'll come back again.
Actually, I think they got my name spelled wrong.
Okay.
If they got it, Blevins, it's B-I-V, but at the hotel it says Blevins, so.
You got it right here, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
That's good.
Realize the bottom bearing respond to the whole housing with the roof bearing.
That's a good point. You keep bringing up good points. You can actually get all the stuff that's in the deck. I'll leave that up here if I remember. You can get like the new scalp rollers if you need one because the guy smashed it up and the machine's not that old. We can get that stuff for you. It's just not going to be painted because it's going to go out for fabrication. The little AGMs, those AGMs will last quite a while. If the charge is put on, that's the whole kicker. They let them go every winter and never do anything to them. They're probably not going to last as long. But I think like a 3 to 5 year expectancy is real normal on them if they're charged. If they're not, that's the whole crux. Like one of the OEMs said that they actually will guarantee them for several years if they have a charger. If they don't, they don't. And that's that kind of thing. Batteries plus. Now this one, the little tiny one, they were talking about us getting that to them for a real good price so it could retail for like $20. I mean, that would be, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Normally, we will honor the first time, because like that, we know they're hitting something. But could we have made the design better? The ones that are stepped down, yeah. When we started making them ramp, they'll usually give you the first one. They won't cover for the guy for the second one, because they do think he's hanging it up on something. Mm-hmm. You can do it. We're not going to give you a bunch of grief about it. You know, just I would also put on there that you educate the customer that not to hang it up on things. Those kind of things is that gray area. Mm-hmm. And some guys do that. They'll also put the extra bolt through there and won't tear anything either. Mm-hmm. You don't want to cut too much because like I think you see people cut it all the way around level with the blade and then it blows a lot of crap up on the deck when they do that. Because I cut it off like this so I can't touch the blade and it hits something. Now you got a crap load of dirt coming up. Mm-hmm. I'll leave it up to you. I mean, I'll leave it up to you. coin. We used to have this one lady, she actually ran her own shop where I used to be at. And there was this, I knew she'd always be there. I was like, you realize you're always like the only female at any of these classes. She held her own, boy. She definitely held her own. She used to have like braids. She used to have little.
one of the questions or comments that came up after the break, we're talking about he was talking about baffles on the deck, and he was just happened to be talking about these ones back here got destroyed. It helps to know that just because something doesn't have a part number on it, doesn't mean you can't get it. And the most common one we get calls for is these anti-scalp brackets. They smash them. The other one that comes up, this back end of the skirt, if you're in a sandy area, gets blown out. If you had the ability to cut and weld these out, you can get them. Just call Johnny. You're going to have to give him the serial, the hours, that kind of stuff. Now, we don't like to make a habit and send the guy, you know, a bunch of them all the time, but every once in a while these do get busted. We don't bill them for them. They're going to come to you raw because they're coming right off of fabrication. They're not going to be painted because obviously you don't want a painted part anyway if you're going to weld it. But that kind of stuff we can get for you.
Yeah, we're not wanting to go rebuild a bunch of decks to keep from buying new deck shells. What we're doing, this is just a case of a deck, or maybe it's a year old, on a lawnmower, it's got sand blowout, then we can send you something to help repair it.
Yeah, we don't really want to put our deck business out of business, but you know. I have to put this up here. It seems obvious, but not necessarily, I guess, because we seem to get a lot of people with the Walmart mentality that I don't care how I broke it, I think it should be warranty. It's not. If you run your car into a curb and bust a tie rod, are they going to pay for a tie rod? Not a chance. They're not going to pay for it. It's basically, if we screwed up, we pay up. They screw up, they pay up. That's pretty much how it works, and if it's wore out, it's wore out. The easiest way to figure out, is it warranty, is it not? If the problem cannot be clearly defined, that we did something wrong, either in assembly or in the materials we use, like the OTR tires, the rubber wasn't hard like it should be, then it's not warranty. All right, if they just screw up, they screwed up. One of the best examples I use is our wheel motors have a dog bone in it. That dog bone is what's responsible for driving the axle that makes the wheels turn. We constantly, I don't say constantly, because they don't fail a whole lot, but people do snap them. You cannot get enough traction on dirt to hurt that dog bone. I don't care how quick you change directions, how much dirt you want to spin up, you're not going to hurt it. But if you go off the lawn and you hit the pavement with the acceleration full and the forward speed still full, it's the ground, it lurches like a mug. It's a really heavy shock load on that dog bone. If you're spinning around on the pavement, you got a pretty good bite. Those tires are not skinny anymore. Those engines are not tiny anymore. They can put a serious shock load on that dog bone. And what will happen, they fracture it doing the squirreling, and it breaks when they're doing the mowing. So their connection is, I was just mowing and it broke. And that's a true point. But they didn't tell you what they did before it broke. So what happens in those kind of things is, we'll send it to Parker. You don't have to be the bad guy. We don't have to be the bad guy. We're going to send it to Parker. Let them see if the metal hardness is wrong or if there's voids in the metal. If they're not, then they just screwed up.
We did have some dampeners to go bad, you know, a year or two ago. Remember, they broke a dog bone on one where the dampeners were bad and they kept running the machine.
That one I don't remember. Yeah. But along that line, we still don't like to be the tyrant and put you guys in a bad predicament. I get a lot of pumps and a lot of wheel motors back that are not bad. And this is why we'll go into later about we want flow testing done and we do want real diagnosis to figure out why something failed. Along that line, I keep those pumps and I keep those wheel motors. I usually give the guy credit for just the part. He eats the labor. That's his lesson learned, my lesson. You know, I ate it and he ate it, both. Well, what do I do with those pumps and wheel motors? They're a little reserved to get you guys out of a hard spot. Like, let's say one like this. The guy, he's a decent customer. Actually, the way I look at it, anybody that buys the products from us is a good customer. So I always took issue with that thing where, oh, it's a really good customer. Personally, I want all the customers, so I think they're all good customers. So if you get a predicament where you know he busted it, he knows he busted it, we usually work two kinds of scenarios. One is you can call Johnny and say, you got anything that can help us out? If I have a wheel motor or I have a pump, I'm going to send it to you no charge. Okay? He's going to pay the labor. We ain't up and gave him a pump. So we did something there to help him out. We got us out of a predicament. We will work stuff like that to help you guys out. So it doesn't hurt to call Johnny. And like I said, Johnny's like, he's going to tell you, this doesn't mean you now found a free supply of parts. No, it just means that when something needs a little out of the ordinary attention, can we help out? That's what that's for. Because I don't really have mountains of them, but I do have some of them. What was the other thing? There was something else I was thinking along this line.
Are they ever going to start selling decks as a complete assembly?
No, remember we used to do that. Back when the units were 2 halves, we used to do it. I don't think there's enough demand for it. In the past, we've got, let's say if you had an issue on a brand new one, that's something, let's say like the paint was flaking off or it got damaged or bent or something, they probably might build one, but that's been really rare that I've seen them do something like that. As long as I'm thinking about it. As far as the paint thing, paint has always been a hard nut to crack because there's a process when the metal is bare. It's actually coated with the oil when it comes to us because they don't want it rusting. Then it goes through a 3-phase process where they clean it and dip it and all that, and then it goes in the paint line. Also, they go on this big chain that hooks them, and they go around through this whole assembly plant. If there's anything on the metal or on that chain and it comes down on the metal and it drips, that powder doesn't stick. It's just a powder that they spray on it, and then that powder goes through an oven and it adheres. If you get a unit where, let's say there's some bubbling paint on the deck, we'll give you 2 prerogatives, really. One is if you're going to send it to a commercial guy and it's going to look like crud in 3 months anyway, and he doesn't care, we'll give you like a $300 credit. If you're going to hit it with a spray paint and send him out the door $300 cheaper, knock your socks off. Do that. Otherwise, if he wants another deck pan, we're going to send out a deck pan. And that's one of them deals where you call Johnny, because typically we're going to ship it no charge from us, just to keep the freight out of it, keep the cost out of it, and we're going to get the other deck back and have it burned off and redo it. The other one that comes up a lot is shipping damage. People want to warranty shipping damage. Now, granted, there are scenarios where we are going to acknowledge there can be shipping damage. And a real good example I'll give you is when a unit is in the crate and the deck is in the transport position and they rough handle it really hard, they can bend the lift arm. You can't tell that when you see that machine arrive to you. The crate looks fine. Everything's fine till you go to lift the deck up and it's about 2.5 inches off the ground instead of 5 like it's supposed to be. It will literally bend that lift arm. That's something you're not going to see. But if it comes in and the crate is damaged, the machine is ripped loose from those tie downs, it's against the side of the crate, it is your responsibility to write on there, unit received, ripped loose from the crate. In other words, anything you want to write on there gives you that door to submit a claim to the truck company. And I know how this works because I worked at a distributor for a long time. If I don't sign that thing with any notes, I don't have a prayer getting a cent out of that freight company. If I write on there, this is questionable, then I have a case to get myself paid back for whatever's damaged on it. So it's a two-way street. If we're responsible, we're going to pay for it. If you just didn't sign and it's obvious it was damaged, we don't want to pay for that. Other examples that come up, gear drives, they shift on the fly, they round off these shift keys. We know the difference between what is normal, what's not. We're not going to pay for abuse.
One thing before you go on, Eric, I'm going to back up a minute to the spindles a while ago. We talked about the bearings. There's a concave washer on the bottom of the blade. There's also one on the top pulley. If somebody over tightens those blades on the bottom, it flattens out that washer. Then if you strike something, it's going to twist the bolt sometimes in there and it'll pull the threads. And then when you go take the bolt out, you've damaged the threads and it appears they've cross-threaded, but they're not.
You can't cross-thread a bolt that's goes in that far before it starts. There's no way you can cross-thread a bolt with that much lead before it hits the threads. That has happened. And the other one is they'll rip the ring around that mounts the spindle to the deck. They'll rip that ring out of the top, and they'll look at the blade and say there's no impact marks on the blade. 9 times out of 10, how that happens, the machine's not even running. They're going up the ramp to the trailer, and they catch the blade bolt, and they just start cracking that ring. And it's the same scenario as with the dog bone. They don't break it right then and there. They'll fracture it, and then it breaks out later. And you can always tell that because the ring will have a dirty area where it's cracked, and the last part that cracks is clean metal. And so it gives itself away. It tells us what was going on. But I would not look at the blades looking for a big ding in them when that happens, because that's not normally what you're going to see. Warranty has been getting more and more complex. Obviously, we're not the only guy that you're doing business with. How do you keep track of all this? It used to be plain and simple. It was 2 years, 2,000 hours. Then we got advanced and went 5 years, 500 hours for the homeowner. Then we came out with CRZs, and we started doing 3 years, 300 hours, and it started getting more and more involved. So we just made a little cheat sheet up here, and it gives you what the warranty periods are when things took effect, because like the lifetime deck, for example, that was on the full-size units only. It wasn't on the Fast Cat. Then later on we went, Well, we're making the deck pretty much the same way we are on the full-size unit. Let's give that as a sales tool. We'll make a lifetime on the deck. So we did that. Now, what does that lifetime equate to? It's not the spindles and the anti-scalp rollers and everything else. It's this weldment that you see here. The two common things that come up is the PTO idler used to rip out the back. Those are when we would give you the heavy-duty idler kit and we'd let you put that on. The biggest thing that comes up, people blow through the deck with sand. That's not really warranty. That is just wear. They just wore it out. Now, we can get you some of the parts if you want to try to weld that back skirt in there. I used to take all the metal that held down the units. I fabricated a lot of decks up for guys in the past, and you know they're fine with that versus buying a whole new deck. So these two pieces here are what you actually get warranty on. This carrier frame right here, we'll see it break here if they run a blower all the time. If they're running a catcher, we'll see that break. We'll just have you replace that whole entire carrier. If it cracks up in here, that's usually an indication that going through the ravines, kind of like, and the whole unit's trying to twist. This yellow section that you see is really a stiffener. That's all that is. There's two ways we'll go about it. We'll tell you to weld it up. The other thing you can do is drill a small hole at the end of the cracks, and it'll stop that crack from going. You can just do that, because that's all just a stiffener. So you do have to call for those kind of things, because we're going to tell you how we're going to handle it. We're just not going to give you a carte blanche card and say, oh yeah, put a whole new frame on it, because that has only happened once to my knowledge.
Yeah. Any repair over $500 needs to be prior approved through the ISN process, which we'll get into a little later, or a hydraulic component, need to do an ISN for those.
And the reason here really is not to be difficult. We do want to make it as simple as we can and as quick as we can. The reason is so we can make a call. Like let's say if it was this carrier frame, we're going to say, okay, we don't want you to weld it, we're going to give you a new one. If it's this, we're going to say, well, we can give you an idler, or we'll ship you the pan. Let's say it's paint peeling off of it. We're going to ship you a new deck from the factory instead of through Carswell's inventory. We change how we handle situations like that. That way we can control the cost and still get you what you want.
One thing on the welding on the decks and frame and everything, you can make sure you have a certified welder do it.
Somebody that's good at it.
Leave yourself open for liability.
And the other, that's a good point, because the one power unit that we did replace, this one right here, we had somebody try to weld it the first time and they didn't have it right. Because like Kevin knows welding. My boss knows welding. That's what he did for decades. It just wasn't welded right. So you end up chasing yourself. You're not getting it right anyway. That's why we also don't typically weld these, because it takes good penetration. That's some thick metal there. We don't typically try to get that kind of thing welded. Now what we have here is our little quick reference library, warranty statement. These are the ISNs Johnny was talking about. Really all we want on the ISN is the information that lets us make a decision, and we'll get back to you pretty quick on that. When it comes to hydraulics, we're looking for some flow readings, which we'll go into later, how we get those done. This is asked for quite often, a flat rate guide, so people know what they're going to get paid for a job. It also helps in something that you've never done before. Let's say you have a job that's coming in and you don't have any idea what to quote the guy. This would give you a ballpark to get into anyway. All right, now we'll get into the hydraulic. This is the part if you've been here before. This is not going to be new, because I can't reinvent the wheel. It is what it is. Help you to understand the flow tester, because I've gotten calls where people would use the argument that they don't want to flow test something because they're worried that there's something in the system and it will screw up their flow tester. This is what the flow meter looks like inside. There is actually a little magnet in here, and you notice it's got little fuzzies on it. It will catch stuff coming through there, but you can take this apart and clean it. It's pretty easy to do it. It's not a sophisticated little thing. It's just a magnet. This piece in my hand right here is that little piece right there. And it's just the oil shoves it one way or the other. That's all it's doing. And I put this together because we have different hydraulic setups. They look different because the pumps will be different sizes. One will be propane. You'll see this little regulator stuck in the middle. This is how everything is plumbed, and it's an accurate depiction. So no matter what you're messing with, if you took one apart, you could get it back together. Now, the reason it's important, these little charge caps on the top, they have to be oriented correctly. If you turn this around 180, it doesn't work. Now, I always reference everything by the dump valve, not the control shaft. And the reason I do that, this dump valve is literally part of the top of this pump. It can never change orientation. This control shaft is the bottom half of the pump. It's not hooked to the top. On a walk behind, it's turned around 180. It's sticking out the other way. So if you need to know what lines go where, when you go to do something, you could actually look at this and figure out where everything's at. This will also give you a good idea where to look for problems. Like if you have the input shaft seal blow out on here, this is the return line. The only reason the input shaft blows out, you have a return restriction or you have the piston group really trashed and it's just oozing oil out. And we'll get into that when we go over and do a flow test. But it shows you in real terms where the smallest obstruction in our circuit is. Like if it shoots a ball bearing out here, it's going to stop right there because this is a T junction. That T is inside the hose. The T is smaller than the hose. It will stop right there. So this is really good to help figure out what goes where, what's doing what. It also lets you realize even if you had crud in your tank, and this is a call I get. There's a guy up in New England area. He's always busting my chops. He would always put a lot of time on for cleaning out the tank. That's not necessarily. I don't care if you had a pump grenade and it chewed up bearings and spit them all down into the return and they went into the tank and you got pieces of bearing cage. I don't care. All you do is dump your oil, change your filter, and put it back together. Why? Because if there's debris in here, it has to go through the filter paper and then it go out through there to get to the pumps again. It will not get down that line. It will stop inside that filter. The test stand that I have over in the shop, been 2 years back, maybe a year, 2 years back. I've been using the same test stand anyway. And I literally took a handful of mill shavings from a lathe and dumped them in the tank to prove to people that they don't get out to the pump. Now, I was fishing around the other day. I don't even get anything coming out of it anymore because it's pushed it all back through the filter and it's picked it all up. I've never taken the tank and dumped it out. It will clean it. That's what the filter does. The filter collects the debris and it never gets out to the pump. So don't let that misconception mess with it.
Cross-contamination is just about impossible.
Especially with the new ones. The old ones where the tank was real tall, remember the tank had the little pipe fitting on the top? Those two lines were the same size. The only way you could cross-contaminate, if you flipped your supply line and your return line, you're sucking oil from a nipple on the side with no filter. Like if this is my supply, the clean supply going, if I took this hose and stuck it here, I'm sucking raw oil into the pumps that never went through the filter. That's the only way you could cross-contaminate. You could trash both sides real quick. But the new one, you can't. Why? Those two hoses are different size. One's smaller than the other. It's going to be real obvious when you're going to stick that small hose on that big nipple. It's not going. So you'll figure it out real quick. Okay, now we'll go into some videos. These videos were put together by Hydro Gear. There's a little overlap in two of them because they're just showing you on different machines, but the principles are always going to hold the same. It's always going to be the same, but it's one of them things, once you got it, you got it. But for the people that haven't seen it, we have to play this part as well.
Hydro Gear of Sullivan, Illinois manufactures a wide selection of hydrostatic transmissions, pumps, and transaxles for the lawn and garden equipment industry. Many of the units that we produce use what is known as a variable displacement pump and a fixed displacement motor. These are components which allow a Hydro Gear pump and motor to have full control of the speed and direction of a vehicle. Since these units are an integral part of the vehicle drive system, we have produced this training video to illustrate how they function, identify common problems encountered during basic troubleshooting, and show the steps involved for disassembly and reassembly of the Hydro Gear BDP pumps. Now, let's explore the operation of the variable displacement pump. This is a cylinder block assembly. It's made up of a base and group of pistons arranged in a circle. These pistons are sealed on one end and hollow on the inside. A spring within each piston tries to keep the piston extended a certain distance out of the cylinder block. The entire cylinder block assembly is connected to the drive shaft from the engine on the vehicle. That connection may be a direct connection of the shafts, or there may be some type of belt and pulley system to transfer the power. Regardless of how it's connected, the important thing to understand is that the cylinder block assembly is turning along with the engine's drive shaft. Now, let's take a look inside the cylinder block. We've said these pistons are hollow. In a working transmission, the pistons are filled with hydraulic oil. The entire cylinder block assembly is held tightly against a component called the end cap. There are two ports in the end cap which allow oil to flow in and out of the pistons. In our model, let's suppose that the pistons are filled with oil and that the engine on the vehicle is turning the cylinder block assembly. As long as none of the pistons are compressed or pushed in, there will not be any oil flow in the cylinder block. The assembly turns, but nothing really happens. Now, let's change that. If a piston is pushed in, the oil flows out of the piston. When the pressure is released, the spring forces the piston back out again, and the oil is drawn back into the piston. It's a simple two-way action, oil out and oil in. Now, we will bring another component into the design. This is similar to a plate with a hole cut out of the center. We can push on this plate so that it comes up in the contact with the sealed ends of the pistons. Look what happens when we apply pressure to just one side of the plate. These pistons, which we have highlighted in red, are being compressed. The oil in the pistons is being forced out through one of the ports in the end cap. As the cylinder block assembly rotates, however, each piston that had been compressed is allowed to spring back out. We have now colored these pistons blue. Each piston is alternately compressed and released with each rotation of the cylinder block assembly. This is happening because the plate, which we will call a variable swash plate, is only applying pressure on one side. When the pistons come back out, they again draw oil inside. The oil enters through the other port on the end cap. If we were to connect these two ports, we would have a closed system in which oil was being pumped through. As long as the engine turned the shaft and the swash plate was set at an angle, we would have oil flowing through. Now suppose we move the swash plate back so it's not pushing on any of the pistons. Since none of these pistons are being compressed, there is no more pressure on the oil. The flow stops. Even though the engine is still turning the cylinder block assembly, it's not producing any oil flow. But what if we move the swash plate just a little? Now we're creating just a small amount of pressure through the pistons to the oil. We're also getting a small amount of flow. The more angle we put on the swash plate, the greater the flow of oil. It's a fully variable system. We can control the flow from nothing up to 100%. Now, see what happens when we apply pressure to the opposite side of the swash plate. The pistons that had earlier been released are now compressed, and vice versa. The effect of this is that the flow of oil is also reversed. The cylinder block assembly lets us take the energy from the turning shaft of the engine and transfer that energy to a flow of oil through a passage. By changing the angle of the swash plate, we can transfer as much or as little energy as we like. We also have complete control over the direction that the oil is flowing. We generally refer to the entire cylinder block and swash plate unit as the variable displacement pump. The only step remaining is to convert the oil flow back into mechanical energy that can turn an output shaft. If we connect the output shaft to the wheels of our vehicle, then we will have complete control of the speed and the direction just by moving the swash plate. To complete this hydraulic system, we will add a hydraulic wheel motor assembly. The internal working component of the wheel motor, which is called the geroller, is constructed differently than the cylinder block assembly in the pump. The wheel motor uses the geroller assembly to convert oil flowing from the pump's high-pressure port into mechanical energy that is transmitted to the drive wheels. We'll connect the pump and motor with hoses that run from the pressure and return ports on the end cap of the pump to the pressure and return ports on the motor. When the oil flows from the pump, it enters into the motor and geroller assembly. This oil flow causes the geroller to rotate, thus turning the output shaft of the wheel motor. As the geroller rotates, the oil is able to flow through to the return port and complete the cycle back to the pump. Hydrogear motors are available in a range of fixed displacement designs. The output of the pump will determine the speed of the motor. As the oil flow from the pump increases, the speed of the motor output shaft increases. When the oil flow from the pump reverses, so does the direction of the motor output shaft, and we're controlling everything with just the simple movement of the variable swash plate in the pump. This is the basic system as it is utilized in many applications. It's a simple and reliable design. Customers find that vehicles equipped with hydrogear pumps and motors are easy to operate. conclude this segment, we'll show you some of assembly to the other. You will want to open this valve if the vehicle needs to be pushed. During normal operation, a certain amount of oil leaks out of the system. These leaks are intentional. The oil seepage provides critical lubrication around the pistons and between the cylinder blocks and the end cap. The oil that's lost collects in the case housing. You've seen the basic principle to be made up in the primary hydraulic loop, or the pump will cease to function properly. The lost oil that's used for lubrication passes through the case drain hose and accumulates in the reservoir or heat exchanger and reservoir system. From here, it's drawn through a filter and up to the charge pump. The charge pump maintains a continuous pressure and flow of oil as long as the input shaft is turning. This oil pressure is held constant by a charge relief valve. Two additional check valves control the flow of this makeup oil. These valves alternately open or close depending on whether the transmission is operating in a forward or reverse direction. There is additional information about the hydrostatic transmission system in the vehicle owner's manual. Refer to the BDP-10A/21L service. And
at this point, they're just going to talk about the different manuals. What I'm going to do is back up here a little bit and show you an explanation of what they're calling droop in a pump.
During normal operation, a certain amount of oil leaks out of the system.
That leak that they're talking about out of the system, this is a pretty good accurate depiction except for right here. This is where the pistons will attach to the end cap, and this is where they shove the oil out to the wheel motor. What you see yellow right here is represented as oil leaking around the edge of these pistons. They keep that lubricated. That droop, when you actually put an initial small load on the pump, you get a reading as far as how many gallons per minute are coming through this pump. Then when you put an excessive load on it, it's going to push oil out every little orifice that it can, any little scratch, any little leak. Now, a lot of that is actually what's going alongside these pistons and getting out here. If you have scoring on the end cap of the pump, which is the part that's going to send the oil out to the wheel motor, it's going to leak out where it shouldn't leak out. Every once in a while, we get people that will give us, quote, flow readings that I know they've pulled out of the air, because they'll say, I had no droop. If you had no droop, you have an amazing pump. There's no such thing as a pump with no droop. If it is, how in the heck is it working? So we can tell what's, quote, normal and what's abnormal. The other thing is we know what a normal range of gallons per minute are. We only use 3 pumps, 10, 12, and 16 cc. Obviously, 10 is not going to put out as much as 12, and 12 is not going to put out as much as 16. We know it's going to be roughly 8, 10, and 12 gallons per minute. Those are norm figures. We've seen a little more out of a 16. We've seen a little less. It depends on the control arm, how much it's moving. So we know what norms are. So we actually have had people with like 12 cc pumps tell me they're getting 16 gallons per minute. And Johnny and I are like, man, that's an amazing pump. So we do know what's normal and what's not. This just explains what's droop. We also know, based on this kind of stuff, what we should expect to see, what we don't. And if you don't understand what you're looking at when you're getting readings, that's what we're here for. We'll go over later on. We'll actually do a flow test. They make this sound black and white. This is another one of them areas where your experience will pay off, because you can get, quote, an acceptable flow droop, but you could still be looking at a bad pump, and we'll explain that a little bit later on. We'll go to the next video now. We got a couple of these, so we'll do all of them one after the other.
Before you go to the next video, one thing here, that's a good illustration too. The only time the oil's going to get back to the tank or to the cooler is when you hit the relief valve. It's a closed loop system, so therefore the oil that's in the pump and the wheel motor just keeps circulating, and as you work your levers forward and back, when you hit the relief valve, that's when the oil dumps and goes back in to be recirculated through the filter or the cooler. So
about 90% of it stays in the loop.
Yeah, you'll have probably, I think maybe it's a quart of oil or less that's in that entire pump and wheel motor at any one time. Yeah, with the shock load, when you're moving back and forth, when the relief valve hits, that's when it dumps the oil.
Yeah, it's keeping the same amount of oil in that loop. Now that little charge pump on the top that looks like a little gear, it's really small. And the reason it has to be really small, all it's doing is replenishing the stuff that's leaking out here to keep this lubricated. But 90% of that oil is staying in that loop. It just goes, that's why it gets hot pretty quick, because it's not dumping into the pump and going back to the cooler. About 10% of it is, but not, the majority isn't. If it did, it wouldn't work. All right, now we'll go to this one.
Hydrogear is a world leader in hydrostatic pumps for the lawn and garden equipment industry. This training video provides a detailed look at the BDP-10 and 21 pumps. In the first part of our program, we'll review basic troubleshooting. You'll learn about some of the common problems that you might encounter. The second half of this program is a step-by-step disassembly and reassembly of the BDP-10 and 21 pumps. You'll see the complete sequence of how the unit is taken apart and then put back together. Let's begin our overview on troubleshooting with a look at the pump as you might see it on a walk-behind mower or other wide-area vehicle application. These are the main external components. First, we have the system reservoir. Next is the filter. These are the inlet line fittings and hose, and the case drain fittings and hose. Over here is the drive belt, pulley, and fan. This is the charge pump assembly. Here are the two high-pressure lines which are routed to the wheel motor. Next is the bypass. Finally, here is the identification tag. Now let's look at some of the typical problems that might develop with the BDP-10 and 21 pumps. There are three common situations that will cause the unit to operate only in one direction. The first is produced by an improper adjustment of the linkage to the control arm. The control arm must have full travel to function correctly. The next possibility is that the belt may be slipping. This will cause low RPM on the input shaft. The third thing to consider is a missing ball or poppet in a check valve. Next, we'll look at the possible causes of noisy operation in the BDP-10 and 21 pumps. A low oil level or contaminated oil condition can easily cause the pump to produce some strange noises. Inlet conditions, such as a clogged filter or cracked or damaged inlet hoses and fittings, will result in noisy operation. Excessive loading, either from the vehicle weight or brake dragging from improper adjustment, can result in noises in the pump. You should also check the control arm to see if it's loose. Finally, noise can be caused by a partial engagement of the bypass valve. Now let's explore the potential causes of a low power or no power condition in the BDP-10 and 21 pumps. Check the engine for low RPM. Loss of power can occur if the belt is slipping. This can also happen if one of the pulleys is damaged or misaligned. Once again, low oil level or contaminated oil can cause a loss of power condition. Check the filter, hoses, and fittings for any indication of clogs, leaks, or cracks. Excessive loading or brake dragging are both potential sources of power loss. Always check to see if the control arm might be loose. If the linkage to the bypass valve is not properly adjusted, it can cause partial engagement of the valve. The result of that will be a power loss. Finally, extreme cold can be the cause of a low power or no power condition. There are a number of things to look for if the unit is operating hot. One of the most obvious is the accumulation of debris around the cooling fins. As always, be on the lookout for low oil level or contaminated oil. Other common causes are excessive loading and brake dragging. These are all simple and in some cases obvious situations that may cause difficulty in the operation of the pump. Hydrogear has developed a means to test the BDP product. The testing procedure requires the use of the BDP Bidirectional Flow Test Kit, BB-76810. This test kit is available for order through any authorized Hydrogear Central Service distributor. The BDP Bidirectional Flow Test Kit consists of the inline flow meter, needle or restriction valve, system pressure gauge, fittings, and hoses. The first step in the test procedure is to raise and block the drive tires off the ground to prevent accidental vehicle movement. Next, fully open the BDP Bidirectional Flow Test Kit needle or restriction valve. Disconnect the system hoses at the wheel motor and install the BDP Bidirectional Flow Test Kit. Start the vehicle engine and engage the drive pulley if necessary. Set the engine to full throttle. Slowly stroke the controls into full forward and lock the control into place to prevent linkage deflection. Next, set the system pressure between 200 and 400 psi by closing the needle or restriction valve. Record the gallon per minute or GPM flow reading of the inline flow meter. Now set the system pressure between 1000 and 1200 psi by closing the needle or restriction valve and record the gallon per minute or GPM flow reading of the inline flow meter. Open the needle or restriction valve. Next, move the controls back to neutral, disengage.
When it's all nice and shiny and you try to push it up hard up the hill and it goes and it starts to turn to the right, look to see what that belt looks like. Because what's happening is it's slipping on the pulley. In our case, it's going to be the pulley over here. But this idler, every time it slips, this idler jumps. And that's the chattering that you're going to hear. So don't underestimate. We have one that had, I think, under 100 hours on it. And the guy blew this off as what it was. And not since I had to go out on the phone, we were talking about something else. When we were out on the call, we had to look at other things. So I said, just humor me. Put a new belt on it. He put a new belt on it. He didn't have a hydraulic problem anymore. So sometimes it is the simple things that do this. So don't try to look for the hard things. Just look for the simple things. This is the same on everybody's machine. So now some of them have different designs with wider belts or rib belts, that kind of stuff, but it's still going to make a triangle no matter how you look at it. The next thing, let me find the next thing here.
Your 16cc pumps will show more slippage too than your, say, your 10cc's will too.
And that's true because you're trying to push more oil with it so the pumps can actually resist the traction of this belt more. So Johnny's point is valid. The bigger the pump is, the more it can tend to do this. That's just, let me see. The next one is one that kind of bit me and one of the other distributor service guys.
Cause the pump to produce some strange noises.
The new G series and on, our oil tank changed. It used to be right in the center. It was relatively narrow, relatively tall. It was very hard to start that setup. The new one is a much larger tank. It's much lower. If you had the oil only like yay low, below the baffle inside that neck, the filler neck, and you're on an incline where the right side of the mower is up and the left side's down, the filter is now up. You can actually pull air in the filter on that design. Now, later on, we changed the pickup holes and put them just at the bottom of the filter. Originally, all the pickup holes went all the way around that pipe. We made them just at the bottom because we actually were looking at one. It was a new unit, and it's whining when we were playing with it. We're looking for like the hose clamps not being right, the fittings not being tight, and we're looking for all the things that would draw air. And all it was just too low. And when you get it like that low, you're over a quart low easy on that tank because it's so wide. So don't blow that one off. When you see them come in, the oil should be all the way up to that baffle that's in the top of the neck. And speaking of that baffle, later production, we drilled a small hole in that baffle. And the reason we did that, we want the oil like right up to the bottom of it. But if it's right up to the bottom of it and it gets hot, it wants to expand. It's going to act like, remember those old coffee pots with the little glass dome on the top that would perk? It's doing the same thing. And it would actually push the oil out around the gasket of the oil cap, and you got a nice wet tank. And along that line of the wet tank, if you get a wet tank like that, take the cap off and you see a quart gasket, order the new cap. The new cap comes with a rubber gasket. That's going to help stop that as well. So if you see one that's sweating like that, just take a punch and punch a small hole through that little baffle. The baffle is only like that long in the filler neck. We'll see it when we go in the shop. Just punch a little hole. And all that does when the oil gets hot and it tries to come up that neck, it just pushes the air out that little hole instead of trying to perk the oil out the tank. Let's see, next one. Almost there, guys. Let's get the right number here.
This test kit is available for order through any authorized hydrogear.
Just got to get the right picture to show up here. 1 second, and it'll show.
The BDP bidirectional flow test kit consists of the inline flow.
This picture is what I want to show you. This is a very accurate, real picture, and I always like this because this is pretty real world. See where the zero is at? See where this gauge is setting? There's nothing running through this gauge. This is pretty common. If you got a gauge like this, and let's say it swings this way to 10, don't tell us it's 10 gallons a minute. Tell us it's really 8. If it swings this way to 10, tell us it's 12. Because what's going to happen, if it swings this way and it's a 12 cc pump and you tell me you only got 10, I'm going to start being worried because that's not enough. All right? So if you give it to us right, it's going to help a whole lot as far as getting accurate information out of it. Now this way, if it swung this way to 10 and it's a 10 cc and you tell me you got 10, it should be like 8 gallons is the max you can get out of a 10 cc pump. I'm going to wonder how in the heck you got 10. So if yours is like this, it's not a problem that it's like this. Just take it into account, however far off it is. And on that note, we're going to take lunch, and we'll come back to this after lunch.
Before we go to lunch break, I had a call yesterday. The dealer said he had a problem with a chatter. When he shoved the levers forward, the machine was chattering and trembling. Well, that goes back to what Eric was showing you on that belt wrap, where you get that least amount of belt wrap. You'll see the belt start chafing or cracking, getting hot glaze spots on it. Typically, that's not warranty when a belt does that. It's just wear.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're running a bagger.
Yeah, that one that I was talking about with less than 100 hours, it was a bagger. He's dead right. The more weight you put on those, the more that pump has to work. You're dead right.
What about different oils? Can you run different oils in those?
The only one that I really am not real confident in is, I've had some guys using the diesel oil. Now, this is why I say I'm not real confident because I didn't personally see him put this oil in there. But I have one particular guy, he keeps trashing pumps, and he's getting a lot of time out of them before he trashes them. But when I take them apart, they stink like an engine that's overheated. A pump doesn't get that hot. It gets in the 200s. It's the low 200s. It's not that hot. So I shouldn't smell this. But he's telling me that he's using the Tellus oil for a diesel, because it does say 1540 on our machines. So we have 20W50, regular mineral base, which personally, that's the camp I stay in. 20W50, mineral base, it's cheap. It's cheaper than synthetic, and it does what it's supposed to. The other one is 15W50 synthetic, so we are 1540 mineral base.
Which is what I recommend.
They come out of the factory with 1540. And along that note, if you guys do a warranty and you stick synthetic in there, you're going to get $6.50 a quart. That's all you're going to get out of us, because we didn't send it out with synthetic. If they want synthetic, that's on them. They can pay it. But just put 20W50 in there and you're fine. But like I said, the only one I'm still not convinced. I want to see what they're really putting in it, because I'm not personally at this site. And this is actually the second dealer that said this exact same kind of oil. And I don't know why it would be different, because I'm not an oil person. But I don't know why it would stink like that. So that's the only one I'm not going to say and put it in there. They come with 1540 from the factory. And it's just it's a mineral base oil. It's not a synthetic. All right. And on that note,
No, because we still have to go to the flow test bulletin and stuff. We'll come in here first. Trying to find your backflip truck, John. Here it is. It's thinking. This is pretty cool, really. The guy pulls this off. And they have it. then you got people.
Frank can always make a grand entrance, though. That's a balancing act. You're good, Randy. You go to the bathroom with it on. Anything, man. Cut this sheet. But I don't like Tabasco. And Tabasco's like 2 vinegars. Nope, she married me, she's shot. She can't get out off the hook now. What's that? Mm-hmm. Yes, I forgot it. Did you find another one? Did it just go to another one or what?
Yeah, yeah. It just eats it right up. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep, just make short work of them. I'll put both of them. Why do people lose their job and they destroy something that expensive? Brake hurts and stuff like that. I don't think he'd be driving anymore. I'd be worried about losing my life and where they go up some of them things. Has to be. I know the tires are $40,000 a piece. Some of them look pretty new to store up. I mean, not even many of them to store up. And the wheels will take you carry that sucker. Well, they actually build them on site. They take trunks to the site, so they build them on site. And I see some of them dump trucks go down there in the low boy. You see the bed on one flat low boy trailer. You see another one with a cab and chassis, and you see another one with wheels on it. Right, they're so big, they're going on multiple trucks. They carry those 7 feet. Yep. Take that and run over that pickup truck. Seems like you're in a house falling over. That would have to screw you day up. Yes, I think it would. Make you wet your undies. I'm pretty sure it would. But you know, if I rolled one down the bank, I wouldn't even need airbags. There'd be so much stress in the cab of that truck, I'd be kicking. Exactly, like an airbag. Make that smell to death. Yeah. Imagine the size of the hydraulic pump that's in that thing. There's a plate down out of Bayboro on coast where they have phosphate mine down there. Michael, don't they still run those big things over at phosphate mine at Texas Gulf? Over at Texas Gulf at the big phosphate mine over in Aurora, don't they run those big dump trucks? They used to have some big ones over there. There's actually one like that in the museum. It's like 3 stories tall. I mean, you go up the acceptance in the connecting rod, but those things got friggin' tall. Chili? The Chilean? Who started that company, Jim, associate? He got killed on a motorcycle, didn't he? Now you kin to him? Tim Mason? You kin to him? Yeah. Started. We ended too. Jim came down there for a service school years ago. So I didn't know him. You really don't need a lot of computer stuff what we do. Biggest thing you gotta do is have a flow test and do a vesicle. This is short. Kawasaki DFIs I wouldn't work in this shop. What's that, Keith? I guess the cameras fly around and sit in the truck with him. Hey, Eric, go back to the one where the truck flipped. Show that Keith. Where the back flip?
Yeah. What's this back flip? Well, I got a 99 Wrangler I'm selling. I'm restoring an 80 model CJ7. I used to race 73.
You do this with your car, I think.
I was more small one. They're tough to deal with them. I didn't agree with the paint keeps peeling off of it. I got 40 for this thing, the paint keeps peeling off, so back to buy shop for the third time.
It doesn't take forever to do this here. A lot of times we have so much pipe and so much plans, we just make one test run and that's it. That's very impressive. somebody did their homework on the map, on that ramp. Get some more funny commercials.
I know what's wrong with it. The plan about gang around one person. They depend on others before to do it, and that's the wrong thing to do. Before that, so you will.
We saw this. flow test bulletin, how that all works, and then we'll, I think the electrical will be it.
So we're fixing to get started back up, but this is Keith Dehart. He came on board with us a year ago, December, and if you don't talk to me, you'll probably catch him. We'll turn it back over to Eric.
All right, we'll pick back up. We'll do a little bit more with the hydraulics. Then we'll do some electrical stuff. I'm not going to go into the electrical all the way. If you want, you're welcome to stay afterward, but normally we try to get everybody out of here on time. We're shooting for 2 o'clock. We usually are pretty good at hitting that. Next thing I'm going to show you is a bulletin that we put out. This is on flow testing if somebody's never done it in their life. Wait a second, that's not the right thing. This one here. If you've never done it in your life, you could actually take this bulletin and walk you right through it, and it explains how you hook it up. So, I mean, I remember when I first did it, the first thing I thought is, how do I know if I'm going to blow something up? Because obviously hydraulics are strong enough to bust the hose. If you do it wrong, you can bust them. So this bulletin's actually in that same little file cabinet picture I have where I said if you click on it, you'll find all the bulletins we've had. It's in there as well, but it's in this particular screen. Goes through some real basic stuff here as far as, okay, where do you even get the flow tester from? How do you get a high pressure filter? What are the part numbers for the filter? All that's in here. Then it starts out with the basics. Remember earlier I was telling you about how if you take 2 pumps and an engine, it's going to make a triangle. This is our setup underneath, and this goes through addressing the belt first, and you can see how our one pulley on the right-hand side doesn't have as much wrap as the other ones. That's why this one's going to be the first one to slip. It shows you the difference between a dump valve and the check valves. The check valves look like little Frankenstein bolts sticking out of the side of some of them. Some of them, they look like Allen screws. The check valves always have 2 of them opposite of each other. That's always going to be that way. The dump valve is the one that looks different. Goes into static testing the wheel motor. The wheel motor is actually harder to test than the pump. The pumps are pretty black and white. And the reason a wheel motor can elude you is a couple of them. One is you can have the bearing going out in the wheel motor and it will growl, but it's not going to fail anything as far as an actual stall test. The other thing is if you have the splines inside the wheel motor breaking, it will still continue to work. It'll start chunking the splines, but it'll take out the pumps. You'll put a new pump in, it'll take out another pump, and you'll wonder what's going on. That you cannot find on a flow meter. You won't be able to find that. Now, the static test on a wheel motor, what that is, when you bring in a unit in and it's not been, the dump valves haven't been open, you haven't pushed it around, you haven't broken any lines, everything is still has its original integrity. Normally, and I'm going to say the word normal, but not always, you can jack it up, take the park brake off, you can turn the wheel forward, you can't turn it backwards. Now, I'll preface that a little bit. You can turn the wheel forward, but it's going to have some resistance. You normally will just try to go backwards and it'll just lock up. The reason it's doing that is the pump. It has nothing to do with the wheel motor. The wheel motor's dumb. It's just a gerotor in there. That's all it is. So it's actually the check valves inside the pump that stop it from turning. But depending on where the piston group stops, you can sometimes turn the wheel backwards. All it's really going to do is get you in a ballpark. What you're going to feel it's bad, let's say the dog bone's broke. It's going to go away. No problem at all. That's at the end of story, you'll stop right there. The other one, turn it forward, it goes conk, 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 conk. It'll give you a ratcheting feeling. Those are things that get you in a ballpark as far as what's wrong with the wheel motor. It's not black and white as far as wheel motors go when you go to check them. I do a little bit of clarification here on how if a pump goes out, the odds of hurting the wheel motor, very small. Wheel motor goes out, the odds of hurting the pump, astronomically high. That's just the way it is. We talked about 90% of the oil stays in the loop. Well, if you chunk a piece of the dog bone inside the wheel motor, it stays in that loop. It doesn't get spit out. It gets spit out right on top of the pistons and chews the pistons up. But if you trash a pump, the stuff inside the pump can't get to the wheel motor unless the piston group comes away from the top of the pump. That's why when you trash a pump, the odds of hurting a wheel motor are pretty small. Plus, a wheel motor can process more debris and still be okay than a pump. Pump, you put a piece of debris through, you're pretty much going to trash it. You put a piece of debris through a wheel motor, you just flatten it out like a train running over a penny on the tracks. It'll flatten it out, and it'll still work. This shows you how we hook up the flow tester. I use the single gauge in this example just because this is worst case scenario. This lets you see which direction our oil flows. You're always going to do a flow test in forward. You're never going to do it in reverse. Why? We don't care what reverse is. It's the same piston group and the same end cap. When you go in reverse, you just can't pull the arm as far as you can when you go forward. So we want to know the maximum oil flow that we can get out of this. We're going to find that in forward. This just shows you the path the oil goes. So if you had a single gauge, the way these gauges work, this is just a valve to restrict the oil. So if the oil is coming this way and it hits the gauge before it hits the restrictor valve, that gauge is going to go up. Biggest thing you got to know, you got to open this sucker up all the way before you start. If you have this closed, you full throttle, full stroke it, something's going to give. Some fitting's going to bust, some gauge is going to bust, something's going to give. That's the only big paranoia thing that you got to remember. Just keep the valve all the way up before you fire it up and go full stroke. You always start out with an initial reading. All this is doing is giving you your initial flow with very little pressure on the pump. A large pump like a 16 cc, you won't get 300, as low as 300. You're going to probably be in the 400 to 500 pound. You're just going to see when this needle starts climbing. You're just trying to get a small load on the pump. You're going to take your reading. Then you're going to crank it up somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 pounds and take your second reading. All this is doing is comparing pump with very little load to pump with a lot of load. If there's some scoring on the piston group or the end cap, it's going to show up here. The other two things, like I said, as far as experience earlier, droop is not everything. If you see this needle pulsing, and I don't mean just shaking a little bit, if you see a nice pulse in this needle right here, that's not a good thing. That's telling you there's a stuck piston. If this guy starts getting hot and starts slowly dropping, that's a bad charge pump. So give it enough time to look at it. In other words, if you just go 300 pounds, okay, this one says 8 gallons. Go up to 1,100 pounds, okay, I got 7 gallons, that's fine. It's within 2 gallon droop, it's fine. And you stop right there. You didn't give it a chance to get nice and hot. There's 2 pumps over there on the test stand, and they are real pumps that came back from claims. I'm not going to tell you if they're both bad, if they're both good, or one's good and one's bad. I'm going to let you actually go over there and test them, and you tell me which one is good, which one is bad, if they're both good, if they're both bad. You're going to figure that out when we go over there.
Hooking up your lines, Eric, did you tell them which line was forward on the?
Yeah, I did, but here I'll make this a little bit clearer. Johnny's point is about where we hook into. I always pick the bottom line. And this doesn't matter if it's the right side or the left side. It's going to be the same because the pumps are both facing the same direction. So the same line is this. Now the wheel motor, when you go from left to right, the wheel motor's turned 180. So the left outlet line coming out of the pump always goes to the bottom fitting. Even on walk behinds, we took the exact same plumbing and just turned this wheel motor a quarter turn. So it's the back one on a walk behind. It's always this one that I pick on because when I go in the forward, the oil's going to come down it, then go through my gauge, then go back in, and then make the loop and go back. So always just pick that bottom hose to brake. And the reason we do it this way, let's say we plumb it in, the pump passes with flying colors. Then the way we test the wheel motor, we open this sucker all the way back up, and you can drive it with this thing hooked up. Drive over to a wall, and we'll do the wheel motor test, and we'll go through that when we get over there. Let's see. This is just how to do high pressure filtering. If you want to do high pressure filtering, that shows you how that works. Not a lot of people do it here. That's more common in the larger stuff that has more intricate plumbing than ours does, but if somebody ever wants to know how to do high pressure filtering, that's what that is. And let's see. These are just some little points that I put together as far as misconceptions. If it says damage to a pump on one side does not damage the other side, that is absolutely true unless you flip the lines around on the tank. Debris in the tank is not going to damage the system, and that is true. I got a lot of people think there's something in the tank that's going to ruin the other pump. If a pump passes a flow test, it's absolutely good. I put this answer here if you read it correctly, because the two things that people got to watch for is one is if the flow continues to drop off as it gets hot, and the other is if it pulses. Like you may actually have a pump that doesn't have excessive droop, but if it's doing either of those two things, that's not good. If a wheel motor passes a static test and the stall test, it's absolutely good. The reason that's false, you cannot detect a bad bearing by either of those tests. The only way you're going to hear a bad bearing is you're going to get on the machine and ride it, and it's going to go, it makes a growling sound to it. This was a dumb little myth that came out when pumps first came out. Pistons or pumps and the rollers and the wheel motor have to go back in the holes they came out of. They don't. You can put them in any hole you want. That's fine.
Hydro gear actually used to tell you to put them back in the same place in the cylinder when you took them out.
They were taught that for a long time.
Yeah, but they've changed it now. So those of us that went to the old school, that's what we were taught.
Earlier I touched on this. Damage to the pump means the wheel motor is also damaged. The odds of that are like 70% that it's not even hurt. It's pretty high that it's not going to be hurt. Damage to the wheel motor now, it's the opposite. Damage to the wheel motor, the odds of messing up the pump almost, I would say 100, but I've personally never in my life seen a wheel motor not take out a pump. Using an automotive engine oil filter will damage the system. Typically, automotive filters have a bypass in them. A hydraulic filter doesn't. That's why you don't want to use an engine oil filter for a hydraulic application. This is one Johnny and I kind of learned the hard way. Putting new custom-made high-pressure hoses on without cleaning them out has a high probability of damaging the pump. Has anybody ever seen hoses being made? How do you cut them? Chop saw. What's inside of a hose? Is it metal braiding? Where's it go? Somewhere them little pieces are going somewhere. So when you get hoses made, just make sure you clean them out.
Well, what Eric means we learned the hard way. We had one dealer down in Florida that replaced 4 hoses, and he did it one at a time, and he wiped out 2 pumps, or 3 pumps, wasn't it, Eric?
I don't remember how many it was, but I do remember
he just
coming
kept doing
back.
it. Finally, we asked him where was he getting his debris at, and he wasn't cleaning the hoses out when he put them on.
And that's all it was. This was earlier, I talked about an earlier tank that's smaller. If you flip the 2 lines, you would ruin the entire system because you're drawing raw oil in that's not filtered. That is hard to do on our new system because the hoses are different size. Accumulating debris on the pumps and wheel motors, oil cooler will increase the heat and cause early failure. The most vulnerable link is what they call a commutator seal in the back of the wheel motor. It will melt before anything else will. If you lose that, you lose torque in the wheel motor. In other words, the motor will still work, but when you go to pull a hill, it's going to have a harder time pulling a hill. You're going to notice you won't be able to spin the tires. That's a sign that the commutator seals wore out, or in this case, if you had a lot of accumulation of debris, you melted it. Normally the system's running in the low 220s. This is just a real quick scenario. This is a real unit, sold 516, came back 524 with blown input shaft seal. Do y'all know what the causes for a blown seal are for the input shaft seal? Right, you got a blockage in the return. There's 3. Blockage in the return, and that can be the fitting, that can be the hose folded over and kinked, that can be a piece of debris at that T-junction. It could be weld cut through the nipple on the tank when they welded the nipple on the tank. That can be from our end. The other is they push or pull it. If you push or pull a machine without the dump valve open, the wheel motor is now the pump. It can put out a lot more oil than the pump can process back up that little thin line back to the tank, so it's got to come out the next weakest point is blow the seal out. The other is that the piston group is totally scored really bad and it's just pumping the oil out inside the case. Okay, the pressure, bottom line, the pressure inside the pump is really low. When a unit's cold, I actually had a pressure gauge hooked up to my rider I used to bring around for school. When it's cold, it's about 30 pounds pressure inside the case. When it's running and it's warm, it's like 10 or less. It's real low. It's just enough pressure to push it back to the tank. This is a unit that came back with blown seal. That piston group's perfect. This is just light reflecting off. That end cap is perfect. All right, so he puts a seal kit in and it worked fine. The reason it worked fine, the piston group was like this. There was nothing wrong with it. All right, comes back 524. And so now he's got a couple pumps replaced and it works fine again. Comes back again. Now this is the one that kind of that made me perk up. Now he says both pumps are leaking at the seals. And both pumps replaced, works fine, comes back again. This is now like its 4th trip back, I think. what is the common denominator with electricity, with water, with hydraulic, as far as what path will water take? The path of most resistance or least? It's always going to take the least. This system is like a loop. If I blow the pump seal out in the bottom of this pump, is that not the weakest path of resistance at that point? In other words, that's its easiest way to shove oil. When he said both of them were leaking, I was really doubtful. I brought them both back in. Only one of them was blown out. So I think the guy was, at this point, frustrated, and he started... Yeah, he just wanted to replace everything. Now, remember the cards that we showed earlier with the 1, 2, 3, the ace, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 2 hearts didn't match? Look at this pump and tell me what doesn't match in this picture. Right. What is that shape? This is a square. What is this shape? Somebody has taken this off. These will not function if you turn them 180. So you look for little things like that. So he's been playing with it as well and didn't quite remember how he took it apart. And that was that reason for that hydraulic illustration earlier, is so you could actually get an idea where everything goes if you took it apart and you go, oh crap, now which way does it go? This seal was getting blown out, which meant the pressure inside of here was way higher than it should have been. All right? So at this point, what do you think the possible culprit is? If we went through, we did all the seals and it worked good. He's been playing with it. He's replaced everything under the sun so far. When I got the tank back, this is what the tank looks like up close. This is the nipple's been cut off because I wanted to see right inside how bad it was. I can barely get that little piece of wire through that hole. So the whole time this machine's running, it's trying to send this oil back to the tank and it can't. So it has to push it out somewhere. For it to take oil in to fill these pistons up, it has to bring it in. And it's still going to cycle about 10% of it back. It couldn't get it back to the tank fast enough, so it blew out the seal. And this has happened probably half a dozen times. They at one point said they were checking our tanks 100%. Obviously they didn't because this raised its head again.
Remember we talked about when you push your levers forward, how it hits the relief valve, it dumps the oil back to the tank. That's what Eric's talking about. Oil had to go somewhere. It kept building up inside the case and built causing pressure in your pump.
No, we'll never crack it because the seals are not in there hard enough to hurt the metal. It will blow out like the one on the control shaft. That one that showed here, I rarely see that. That one usually stays in better than the one on the crank because it usually can turn the one on the input shaft wrong side out.
The only time you'll see a pump crack the pump case typically is when someone pulls one or tows one without opening the dump valve. Then the wheel motor becomes the pump and it overdrives the pump, and the rotating group inside will be destroyed. It puts so much pressure, it has to expand. When it does, it just blows it apart.
What would be a normal problem when the dump valve's not opening?
Dump valve's not opening. When you screw, where it seats up, it's dissimilar metal. You got steel going into aluminum housing.
Okay. Yeah, because I've had them before where I couldn't get them open. They just kept spinning and spinning and they never opened.
What he's talking about here, what he's talking about here is typically you're going to find it with like a homeowner that never opens them. A commercial guy usually is going to crack them sooner or later. And once you crack them, oil will go around the O-ring and it'll get on the threads and you're fine from then on out. When a guy has a unit 5, 6, 7, 8 years and he never opens it, and one day his battery dies and he wants to pull the unit, he again goes to open it for the first time ever, that bolt will oxidize. I've seen them where they're white. So once he forcefully cracks it open, he'll put a wrench on it and he'll get it open. It's pulling metal out on those threads. And he goes to put it back in. It feels tight because there's a lot of debris on those threads. So he thinks it's tight. It's not really tight. He'll lose drive power too because it's not really seated. Yeah. If that happens, we will typically work with you, and that's that kind of scenario. Let's say it's still under warranty. End of story. We're going to get you another pump. It's out of warranty. If I got one, I would probably just give it to you guys because, I mean, it's one of them ones you're like, you didn't really screw up. But we didn't really screw up. I would like to see Hydro Gear put stuff on the threads from day one.
Probably about 80 or 90% of the time you see that happen, it's just going to be on the outside of the dump valve where the air can get to it, where it oxidizes or seizes. If you spray penetrating oil on it and then let it sit for a little while and maybe take a hammer, and I'm not saying hit it hard to knock the pump off, just kind of tap the end of that dump valve and then you try to turn it. Sometimes it'll break it loose. I wouldn't recommend putting a lot of heat on it though. Some people have to.
There's a rubber O-ring on the other end.
I wouldn't heat it.
Right.
Not as smooth, but it never did anything.
And that would be it. Fast cat transaxles, just so you don't get frustrated. When you go to put oil in, you go to do an oil change, you think that's a pretty routine thing until you figure it takes you like an hour and a half to get oil in it. These two holes, we use both, either or, depends on what setup we use. We can use this one or this one. Both of them go to the same place. They fill up the reservoir. Let's say this is the one that has the reservoir attached to it. Crack this one, take this one out until you see oil come out of it. When you go to fill it up, then close it up. Because otherwise it takes you a long time to get that oil in there, because the air's got to come out for oil to go in. So when you go to change the oil, do yourself a favor. If this is the fill-up hole, then the plug's still here. Take the plug out. Purging actually works the same on transaxles as it does separate pump, separate wheel motor. It's a real simple procedure of open the dump valve. You just throttle up the engine, run it about half throttle's fine. And when you go from forward to reverse, that's when it burps. Like you may have a unit that when you first fill it up and you just try to put it in forward, it usually was going to spin. But if you want to get the most air out of it, just keep going forward, backwards, then close the dump valve, do it again, forward, backwards, and that's how it burps most of the air out. And it's exactly the same.
Just remember though, no load on it.
Right, the wheels are up in the air.
Half throttle.
This is your neutral setting on a transaxle. There's actually this little Allen screw here. This little finger here controls whether these are centered or not. That's where you get your neutral. So if you actually have to set a transaxle, disconnect the linkage first so it's not in the picture. And once you get neutral here, then you got to set the linkage itself to neutral. This is just showing the different changes in charge pump caps over the year. They have changed. Charge pumps are charge pumps. I don't care if they look like this. I don't care if they look like this. I don't care if they look like an egg like you saw in the other pictures. They all have an orientation. And the reason is what looks to be a hole right dead center on this particular cap is not in fact dead center. It's off to one side. If you go to take one off, mark it. When you take it down, look at the hole in here and you'll see it's off to one side. When you go to put these back on, they have to be right. And that's why I put this little charge pump orientation picture here. So if you ever do take one off, you can find out how to put it back on right. Because that's a real common call. It was fine when I changed the oil. When I put the oil back in, I know I filled it up and it doesn't go anywhere, and that's what'll happen. This we already touched on what that is. I'm going to go through electrical pretty quick. I'm just going to touch on some of the highlights as far as what I think you'll need to know more than anything. As far as relays kind of confuse some people, but they don't typically get confused by a solenoid. Think of a relay as a solenoid that can be either open or closed. That's the only difference. This little switch, this is number 30, is always the one that you're controlling. It toggles between two different contacts. If there's no power applied to this thing, it's in the normally closed position. Once you apply power, it's going to be this one. It's going to go pink and close that connection. This is what you call normally open. They always refer to electrical devices with the terms normally open and normally closed. Normal means nothing acting on it. There's no electricity on this little electric magnet. It also, like in an interlock switch, normal means nothing mechanical acting on it. So if you're just holding it in your hand, there's nothing electrical hooked to it, nothing mechanical touching it. That's its normal condition. So in this case, normally closed means 30 and 87A with nothing touching this relay are closed. Until I put power to this guy right here, then these guys will close. That's exactly the same as a solenoid, except for a solenoid is always normally open. You apply power, it closes. This can be either or. Let's see. Get out of there, get out of there. This is a solenoid. It's just much bigger contacts. The delay module. This is that little flat thing that's on all of our riders. What does it do? It has two purposes. One is it lets you get up off the seat, go pick up trash, and the machine keeps running. The other is it recognizes you're in the seat, so you can then turn on the clutch without killing it. Those actually are similar functions. This other little thing here, see where it says half-second delay? What that purpose is, when you come up off of the seat, it gives about a half a second to let the engine continue to run, and that stops from backfiring. Otherwise, if you were bouncing along and it literally cut off immediately when you left the seat, it would just be going poof, 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 poof as you're bouncing along. So it has two functions. You can actually burn out one circuit and the other work. In other words, the circuit that lets you sit in the seat, that can be working. The one that lets you put the park brake on and get up could be burnt out, or vice versa. So you can lose half of this. the way that you troubleshoot this very easily, this is always a red with a white tracer going into B. All three of these are ground except for the one coming from the seat, and that one's always green. An older wire will look gray, but that's the only one that's ever hot. These other three are always grounds. Now it throws people when you see a red wire to be ground. Most people think red, they think hot. If you stick a PIC light on here, it's going to light up. It's going to be dim. The reason it lights up is you just stuck another component in the circuit. It's really going through this little course here, and then it's going out here, and it's going to ground. Don't be thrown by that. If you want to see if this guy's bad, just ground the red with the white tracer. If the machine works correctly, this guy's got half of it spried out. That's what it is. The other one you can ground, if you short out the brown with the yellow, this will be brown with yellow. And this is the same on all of our stuff. We try to keep real consistent. You short the red the red with the white tracer or the brown with the yellow. The brown with the yellow is the one that lets you get out of the seat, the machine keep running. If it does that when you short that one, the relay before it's fine, everything else is right. All right, so you just short either one of those. Normally you're going to end up shorting the red. If it works, then get rid of this guy. Over the years, we've changed our PTO switches. We used to have five prongs, then we went to 8. This confuses people. They think they're getting the wrong switch. It's just the vendor decided to make one switch work for more than one application. Both of these are identical. You just got a set of contacts here that we don't use. Now, along that line, if we have a set of contacts we don't use, say it's Saturday, Carswell's closed, guy comes in, you know his PTO switch is bad. These two set of contacts were not used. Just take a nice sharp little teeny like jeweler's file or a paper clip or something and shove these out of the holder, plug them in here, you send them back out down the road. Because those just are a set of contacts that aren't used. You can just move the wire and use them again. Another one that comes up a lot, people get confused by our clutch system. They think it's controlled by our interlock system. It's the other way around. This controls our interlock system, not the interlock controlling it. This is all there is to our clutch. Battery, fuse, key switch, PTO switch, clutch. Now, we came up with that soft start module later. That's right in the middle of here. If you're confused about the soft start clutch module, take it out. Stick the clutch together. You should be able just to turn the key to run. Engine doesn't even have to be running. Pull on the PTO, and this guy should be alive. So that's an easy way to check their clutch. Move the pigtail around. The most common thing is the pigtail breaks. You get a break inside the insulation. The wire looks like it's still there. It's really not. Mm-hmm.
We had fixed a bunch of them. It was like they overheat.
The holder? Yeah. All right. That is, remember now I said electrical and hydraulics are very, very similar. When we do a flow test, we'll start taking that little restrictor valve and we'll start turning it down. What happens to the oil when we do that? It's hot as hell. Same thing happens with electricity. If I leave that restrictor valve all the way open and that oil can just fly through there, it won't get really hot. If my contacts on my fuse are grabbing that fuse correctly as they're supposed to, all the electrons that need to go through that connection will go right on down the road with no problem. If that holder is compromised, be it corroded, be it's not touching it tight, you're now forcing all those electrons through a small junction. What's going to happen? Exactly. When you see that fuse look like it's trying to melt, that should make lights go up. Somewhere along the line, there's a restriction. It could be the holder, it could be the ground. Something there is restricting the flow. A lot of people do that. How many of you sell Generac, have sold in the past Generac engines on the machines? Generac has their own fuse holder on their engine already. When ours, if you see that purple fuse under the seat, snip it out, put them back together, solder them, heat shrink it, you still have a fuse. It's at the engine. It's the better holder back at the engine. So why have two fuses in the same length? So on that application, you can just get rid of it. But the other one? Either one. Take one or the other. I like the Generac holder because it was more weatherproofed. I just thought it was a better holder.
We offer a good seal-tight fuse holder in Oregon. And it's got a lid that snaps down over the fuse to keep everything sealed up. And if you solder that in and put shrink tubing on each connection where it's good and watertight, you won't have more problems.
Really thick, like the wiring, the fuse holder itself to the Bobcat wiring harness is really thick compared to it. So sometimes you have to use different butt connectors. But I
Yeah, if you're going from a smaller gauge, smaller wire to a large wire, you're definitely not making a problem. It's the only way, other way around, you might make a problem, but if you're doing that, you're totally fine.
I don't recommend using butt connectors because you'll still build up a resistance over a period of time and corrosion, especially in salt air or any type of moist condition. I would recommend sorting and put shrink tubing on it.
If you got to use a butt connector, I always shove dielectric grease in them just to keep the atmosphere out of them. Interlock switches, if you're like me, eventually you know your parts department, you know where stuff is, you don't even look up stuff after a while, you just know where it's at, you go pick it. These switches look the same. Something to remember, we deliberately have the plungers different colors so it's recognizable that they are not the same. But the way you can remember what these go to, brake starts with a B, black starts with a B. You should always see a black plunger on the brake unless it's a diesel, and I don't think there's too many of these out there that are people selling diesels. So if you ever see a gray plunger on your brake, what's going to happen? You're going to go take a brake off, the machine dies. It's somebody just stuck the wrong switch on it. We'll skip this kind of stuff here. That's just our whole schematic. ECU, long story short, DFI, if you want to set the speed on a DFI, you can do it without the machine running. It totally depends on the voltage that you find at these contacts. This drawing right here, if you click it, tells you exactly where to measure it at. The most common thing that happens, this throttle is ours. It's not Kawasaki. The way this throttle works, picture a pie, cut it in 4 equal pieces, okay? Take from 3 o'clock to 12 o'clock, that's 1/4. 3 o'clock is idle, 12 o'clock is full speed. If you go past 12 o'clock, you went into the idle of the next quadrant. Or if you go below 3 o'clock, you went into high speed of the previous quadrant. It only works off 1/4 of that quadrant. If somebody says, well, I go full speed to throttle and it drops right back down its face, there is a screw, 2 screws right here. You can change the position of this little magnet right here. That's all that's wrong with it. So if it doesn't have idle in the right place and doesn't have high speed in the right place, it's just this is rotated to the wrong position. That's all that is. Skip that. We'll jump to the hour meter. When a machine is brand new, if you notice it's blinking, service oil. Because these new hour meters, they have a soft reminder, which means 5 hours out from the service interval, this will blink. There are multiple reminders. There's things from service the air filter, change the engine oil, change the hydraulic oil. 5 hours out from the interval, it starts blinking. To reset it, whatever one's blinking when you push this gray button is the one that's going to reset. It doesn't reset all of them because it doesn't know that you did all of them. So if you say service oil and you hold this for 6 seconds, that one will go away. If the air filter one was still there or the hydraulic oil one was still there, you got to reset each one individually. This question comes up a lot. This is the back of our previous hour meter. Notice there's just a T-shaped terminal, 2 terminals. Same thing here, but there's this one over here. We just don't use that one. So don't get thrown by the fact there's 3 terminals. We just don't use that one. Fly up through here. As far as electrical goes, long story short, you should just call us when you got something that's stumping you, and we'll help you walk you through it. Don't feel like you're going to be a pain in the butt, because the more times you call, the better you're going to get, so we're not too worried about that. This makes a good visual. I like this picture. This is water. Why isn't the water going from here to here? What's in the middle here? Low ground or high ground? Right. That doesn't throw us when we look at water. Electricity is the same way. It always takes the path of least resistance. That doesn't mean a straight line. Hydraulics are the same way. Let's see. I'll go through this because we're not going to do this because we don't have enough time to do all this. Here's something worth mentioning. What is the difference between amps and voltage? Amps or volume. That's the quantity. Voltage is just the pressure. If this wasn't the case, if you took 2 little baby radio batteries, like these little 9-volt batteries, and stuck them together, you do really have 18 volts. Why don't they start a lawnmower or a car? Why wouldn't we just stick 2 of these little suckers in our car? They're a lot smaller. They don't have the amps. As soon as you hit the starter, you would just short them out because it would take every single electron that's in there and just dump it. So it's amps and voltage are 2 different things. Voltage typically is not what's going to kill you. It takes a combination of both. You can have real high amps, but low voltage is not going to hurt you. You can have real high voltage, it's going to make you jump like a spark does, but it's not going to kill you unless you have the amps. So it takes both. Like this is, what is this, voltage or amps? If you stuck your finger in here, you think you'd die? No, this is voltage. This is a lot of pressure pushing those electrons through the air. And they're doing that same thing, shortest path to ground is whatever's up in this ceiling. There's something up in that ceiling it's spinning ground through. That's probably what it is, exactly what it is. It's going to take the shortest path to ground. It's not always a straight line. Let's see. This is worth mentioning. The difference between a switch and a component is huge. If I have 12 volts going into my operator presence switch, what should I have coming out of it? Exactly. Now, if I have 12 volts going into a relay, what should I have coming out of it? Nothing. Why? Because this guy uses it all. Now, here's the dead giveaway. If you're doing a switch, I got 12 volts, 12 volts, 12 volts, and I got 11. That's telling me this guy's corroded. He's not got a good set of contacts anymore. If I have 12 volts and I have 3 volts over here, it tells me this ground is compromised. It now sees this ground as another component. Like this guy is taking electricity. This guy, it sees it like kind of like a light bulb would be a good way to put it. It sees it as resistance. When you see a car coming at you and one headlight's all dim and the other one's real bright, that's because he's got a bad ground. It sees the light bulb as a load and it sees the ground as a load and it divides the electricity between the two of them. So that's a real good thing to remember. Switches always pass current. Components always drop all the current. Let's see. Flying through this. I'm going to fly through this. This is just an example of something real easy. Show you how important grounds are, because a lot of people blow this off. This is a starter. In real life, a starter has a ohms reading that's lower than this, because it looks almost like a dead short. But for the sake of math, I just gave it a real low number, like 2. And when I do this, if I just use normal math for electricity, I have a starter that's going to pull 72 watts. This isn't real because I changed that number to make it higher. Now, I stuck a crappy ground in there, only gave it 1 ohm of resistance. It cut that power in half. So don't underestimate the importance of the good ground. It's a circle. It's like a chain. The chain's only as strong as its weakest link. Electricity is a circle too. It's only as strong as what it can pass through the rest of the circuit. And to this day, I'm always still confused by those switches, the universal switches that have the 0 and the straight line, because I went to school for electricity. A complete circuit is a circle. That's on. The line is broken. They're backwards. So the way I remember it in my head, I keep thinking that little line is ignition and the O is off. But otherwise, electrically, they're backwards. This is a picture of a ground strap on the side of the engine, and we do this on all of our units. See how this is nice and clean, and this is ugly looking? What this is telling me, this thing was trying to pass more current than that small contact could handle. It pushed the rest of the electrons through the atmosphere and is causing arcing here, which causes this to pit. So when you see this, this is a sign that you're making a larger demand on that connection than what it can handle. And the next one, this is exactly what you were mentioning earlier. That's what you'll see. You can see how this one is like not really tight, and that one is. It had to force those electrons through that compromised junction. That generates extra heat, melts the fuses. Okay, we'll fly through this because we are running short on time. Yep. Okay, this is another one that'll melt fuses. If you have these plates on your battery decomposing, which they do, they drop sediment down in the bottom of the battery. They drop enough sediment down the bottom of the battery to start touching a couple of plates of that cell. Yeah, exactly. Now, if you're only touching 1 or 2 plates, this thing is still, go ahead. If you're only shorting out 1 plate, it'll still put out enough to crank it. It'll still be above 12 volts. The only problem is this is a battery that can never be fully charged. That will also do that thing with the melted fuses because it's constantly got the regulator trying to dump electrons into something that can never be completely charged. Okay. This little cheesy example here. If you stick a wrench across the battery, what's going to happen to the wrench? Is it going to stay cold or get hot as hell? It's going to get hot. All right. Now, why, if that big wrench turns orange and you stick a little relay across that battery, it just goes click and it goes on? Why doesn't it just go and fry? It's got real thin wire in it. It's a lot thinner than that wrench. The reason is a real relay, this is real numbers, I didn't fake these ones, has 74 ohms of resistance in it. If I do the math, 12 volts divided by 74 ohms, it's less than 0.2 of an amp that can go through the relay. This wrench has no resistance. Whatever that battery is will get dumped through that wrench. So 450 amps will go through that wrench where only 0.2 of an amp go through a relay. And that's how they control it. Here's some little trivia ones. Why do you not get shocked when you touch one of those metal tabs that pushes up against the spark plug to kill an engine? Isn't the coil still making electricity? You're not the least resistance. In other words, that metal tab is a lot better conductor than you are. If you don't have the metal tab there and you touch the spark plug, will it light up your life? Sure will, because then you're the only path to ground. It's going to take the easiest path to ground, which is that metal tab. Okay, now like I said, physics doesn't make exceptions for anybody, not nature, nothing. Why doesn't an electric eel that puts out around 500 volts shock everything in the water, including itself when it shocks its prey? He actually does get shocked. If you watch enough Nature Channel things, his brain has just got a jelly around it to help insulate it, but he actually is getting shocked too, but he's not quite getting shocked as bad as his prey. So he actually is. But his prey is the shortest path across those little cells on his body, so that's why his prey takes the load. But there's no exception to it. All of nature falls under the same guidelines. Get out of here. Now this, by the way, this is just a slide. Later on your own, if you want to just click on this, it actually starts explaining how our interlock system works. I'll let it play for a few seconds. In this section on the interlock, the first tab's going to be in relationship to how the unit works when the operator's in the seat. Then the next tab will explain how it works when the operator's out of the seat. Now you can go back and play those both on your own. It just will let you go down the path. I'm really flying because I really want to get done over in the shop. But this is real helpful. And once you get it here, it's the same for the old ZT100s. It's the same for the Fastcat. It's the same for the stand-on. We stick really hard to this setup. The DFI is different, and that illustration is all in here as well. All these schematics are in here. These will be real handy when you actually go to work on something, because these are a lot better than what you find in the parts book. Okay. Now what we're going to do, we're going to take you over to the shop. We're going to do the flow testing. We're going to introduce you to the stand-on. We want you to actually ride the stand-on, and then you're going to come back over here. You're going to fill out a survey, and you have hats for them when they get back here, right?